Good morning from the Philippines. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this live stream coverage of Typhoon Bavi, known by the international name of, let's see, and that's not working real well for my Instagram folks. Anyhow, Typhoon Bavi. I'll have to just end that right there. Give me just a second, make sure I got all my technical equipment set up. Anyhow, I want to welcome you to today's live stream. Right off the bat, some technical difficulties. I had a brownout this morning. So if I suddenly disappear from the stream, it's because the electricity has gone out again. But right now, it should be up and running. Okay, somebody let me know, how is the audio and the video? Can you fine folks out there hear me? Let me know. And then we will continue. But again, I'm going to talk about Typhoon Bavi, what the current weather conditions are here on the beautiful Subic Bay, and how my morning went. All right, so good morning to Mike, Coral C, Klinsky, how you doing? Rokon, let's see, Ramstein, how you doing? Let's see, H River. Let's see, Gina, how you doing? Jerry. Okay, so audio is very good. All right, thank you very much. That's the big thing. A lot of times I start talking for 20 minutes and then nobody can hear me. So anyhow, we're broadcasting live from Subic Bay. You can see Typhoon Bavi right there on your screen. Headed, the eye is headed just north of Taipei, Taiwan. So if you're in Taiwan right now, it looks like, from my perspective, you're starting to get some wind and rain up there. What are the current conditions here on Subic Bay? Well, it rained all last night. It stopped raining a little bit this morning. Then it came another good rain, and then it stopped. And there's your current weather conditions. There's no rain going on here as of right now. It's partly cloudy skies. It might look a little dark because I had to kick the ND up because it was so bright. So weather conditions here are, I don't know, maybe 5 kilometers per hour on the breeze, sustained winds with gusts up to maybe 8. It's just a nice cool breeze here in the mountains overlooking the beautiful Subic Bay. I'll give you a wider perspective there. That's a look at my skies here next to Subic Bay. So right now, not really any bad weather going on where I'm at, but last night it did come a good rain. So the events this morning, had a brownout. Let's see, Longpost schools got called off, and when the brownout went down, I just said, that's it, not taking the kids to school today. So the kids are in the next room. Shout out to Maria, Forrest G, and Big Pumpkin. They're watching the stream from the other bedroom, just chilling. But it's just my luck. The minute you call off things, 5 minutes later, what happens? It's beautiful weather. I don't want to say it's gorgeous weather, but it's very nice and cool right now. Nice breeze, partly cloudy. How can you complain? So we're going to start going over the weather reports. But before I do, I need to check a couple more platforms and let me see if I'm streaming. All right, so let's look at that view. Let me go over here and see if I can see myself. Too cool. Okay, so it does look like I am live streaming on Kick. Now, I don't know much about Kick as a platform, but one of you fine folks out there, well, several of you fine folks said you got to get up on Kick. Old single dad pushed a bunch of buttons yesterday. And folks, well, you know what? I can actually put the feed up there. Let me put the feed up there. See if I can do it here. Okay, right there. Look at there. I'm live. I can get it running properly. I'm live on Kick. There we go. So I'm up and running on Kick. Too cool. Instagram. I'm not up on Instagram because I changed the layout and the Instagram is up and down. And I realized that it was just looking at the center of the screen. So I got to go back to the drawing board on the Instagram. But yeah, so if you're on Kick, again, don't know much about the platform, but it looks like good quality video feed. I hope the audio over there is okay. So this is my first stream piping into Kick, the platform. Okay, so too cool. All right, let me do a refresh and we'll take a look at Zoom Earth. Yeah, I gotta work on that. There's Zoom Earth, a picture of the storm. So the eye is on a horizontal plane, well north of the PI, headed on that track to track up just north of Taipei. All right, and let me put that website right there is from Pagasa, and the links are down in the description to the source material that I'm looking at right now, so you can check it out for yourself. But this app that they put on is sort of like a localized version of the Windy app, so a real good app. And if you just go to the site, this is what pulls up. You don't have to mess around or look around or change any settings. You just go to that panahan.gov.ph. Again, the link is down in the description, and that's what you see. And I'll go over a couple of bulletins that I consider the meat and potatoes in just a few moments here. But first, I will go to, let's see, am I live on Twitch? Yeah, I'm up and running on Twitch. Too cool. So Twitch is up and running, looks crystal clear. Am I up on the old Facebook? Looks like I'm a no-go on the Facebook. Okay, whatever. Maybe Mark Zuckerberg wants me to pay him some money. And again, I shut down the Instagram because I just realized it's recording the middle of your screen. Well, Rome wasn't built in a day. YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. I can't get up on Rumble because of a verification issue. No customer service. All right, boom. Road Trek Ralph. Put that on the broadcast there. Happy birthday, Chevy Evie. All right, thank you very much, my friend. Certainly appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. Okay, over to the comments. We got King's Elbow checking in from Niagara Falls. I laugh. How are you? Justin says the schools are open in AC. Yeah, as far as I know, the regular schools are open here, but the SPED classes got canceled. They'll get canceled quicker than the regular school. And Big Pumpkin said that Along Post schools were canceled. I don't know that for a fact. She gets all her information off that Facebook, which is, don't believe anything on there. Let's see, Mike says you're really going to get it from Saturday till early Tuesday. Major rain and flooding projected for Subic. See, Boston Jack, Papa Smurf, checking in from New York City. Jay Traveler, Manuel, Owen, Tayswell, Mike, Benito, Coral C, Ramstein, and that may have got everybody. Klinsky, Rokon, hey Slingblade, how you doing? See, Massa Blasta, Gina, Jerry, Just Doing Stuff, Andy, Bobby Martin, Donald, and I think that's got everybody. I want to thank y'all for tuning in. So a couple of other items of news. Yesterday during the stream, somebody mentioned that one of the volcanoes cooked off, and I'll cover that after we go over the bulletins from Pagasa. So without further ado, let's just pull up the bulletin. Let's see, this one was issued at 5 a.m. today, Friday, 10 July. Now let me refresh the screen and make sure they haven't put out the new one. Usually they put the new one out at 11. So there we go right there. Now if you'll look at the T, that indicates typhoon. So according to this graphic, Indai, or the international name is Bavi, has been, is downgraded to a typhoon. And then it looks like as soon as it hits mainland China, it'll be downgraded to a severe tropical storm. But if anybody's in Taipei right now, probably should be hunkered down, because the eye is coming very close to Taipei up there. And again, the link to this bulletin is down in the description, unless I messed it up. Okay, so there are the areas with a wind signal number 2. And just to summarize it, Batanes, which are the islands north of Luzon, and a few other places there. And then you come down to a lot more areas under signal 1, and I'll look for Zambales. Is Zambales on there? It doesn't look like it, because right now I'm looking at like 5 kilometers per hour sustained winds. Okay, and that's that document there. And again, it's valid for broadcast until 11 a.m. Okay, so a good document right there. I really just like that map. And then we'll go to the weather advisory. So we're up to weather advisory number 15. And I changed up the layout. I'll talk about that in a second. But basically today, Batanes is looking at some heavy rain, 50 to 100 millimeters of rain due to Indai. And then they go down and break it down that the heavy rainfall due to the southwest monsoon, the Habagat, a lot more places listed. And you look for where you're at. I'm not going to read them all off, but boom, there's Zambales right there. And then even more rain for those locations right above. So I'm looking at some heavy rain today, according to this weather advisory. And then tomorrow we go up to even more rain. So let's see, Saturday and Sunday. So the weekend here in Zambales, according to this, we're looking at some heavy rain, just as my friend mentioned earlier. And they just do a 3-day forecast on these weather advisories. Okay, but again, if you want to take a look at what I'm looking at, the links should be in the description for those, well, for that graphic, that bulletin, and that bulletin. So here, my weather reporting has been reduced down to this app put out by Pagasa, that bulletin on the cyclone itself, the typhoon itself, and then that bulletin on how much rain am I going to get dumped on my head. So I'm pretty much just focused in on this. It tells me exactly what I want to know. And we can take a look at windy right here just to get a different perspective of where the eye is located. What are they reporting? 26 degrees in Olongapo. And for reference, okay, there's Manila. I know that's a big, we're sitting somewhere right in there. We're sitting in the mountains overlooking the beautiful Subic Bay. And again, this is from AccuWeather. See if I can get that perspective in there. Okay. And then again, that's from Zoom Earth. So if you still look at the satellite, it's still a big storm from north to south. It's about the same size or bigger than the Philippines from north to south. So it's still no joke. headed up just to the north of Taipei, and then we'll slam into mainland China. And again, here's a look at the Philippines. So, did I mention I'm not a weatherman? I'm not a professional meteorologist. Okay, but I can listen to professionals and I can interpret, and what they say is that this is drawing in even more rain from the southwest monsoon. So our rain should come from the west. Does that make sense? Anyhow, so that's another view of the storm. That's Pagasa's site itself. But that graphic, that's just one of the graphics that if you go to their panahan.gov.ph, you can make this thing look like that as well. So that's why I recommend this for just the average viewer to see what's going on right above my head. So I'll leave that up there. Just go to a quick look at my current weather conditions. This is a view facing northeast. So like I'm sitting here on Subic Bay, but the camera is actually pointed like towards Tuguegarao in that direction. I'll give you a full view right there. So the weather report here, light winds, 0 rain, clouds rolling in between partly cloudy, with some partly sunny mixed in there. Whoa. Let's see what I want to put back up there. Okay, that's a view looking out the front. I realize my barbecue grill chimney is sort of in the way with the motorbike, but you can take another look at the mango tree, the leaves, everything hanging down there. Not too much going on here. So that's your weather report up front briefly, and then in about an hour we'll get an updated report from Pagasa. And also over on their YouTube channel, they're doing live reports, media reports over there too. Okay, I'll go back to your comments for a minute here. Just go ahead and put that back up on the screen. Let's see, Jerry, how you doing? Yeah, I got 34 thumbs ups already. Thank y'all very much for giving us a thumbs up. It helps out with the Google squirrels. And if you're over on Twitch or if you're over on Kick, I don't know what you're supposed to do. I see the stream chat. I don't know how them platforms work. I'm a YouTube player over here. But I am up on Twitch. I'm up on Kick. It's the same handle, Overstay Road. So if you're on those platforms, you can go ahead and subscribe. I appreciate it. Drinking a nice cold RC Cola over ice. Wishing I had some Jack Daniels to go in there. Let's see, Big Daddy 5104. That view of the mountains almost looks like AI. Well, these days you don't know who to trust or what to trust, but I can assure you that that's a view outside my window. I got the camera sitting right inside the window. I mean, it's beautiful weather right now, but earlier it was coming a good rain. So I got the camera sitting inside. It's pointed out my window. Now you can't really see the big mountain in the background, but on a clear day it's just gorgeous. It's a gorgeous view looking out that side of my window. And then I'll assure you that this is looking out my front gate. You can see a rooster in the background, maybe some puppies, some dogs, light colored cow way off in the distance. I got to work on the highlights of this camera view. But usually some goats. So ain't no AI goats or AI mountains. I'm not into anything AI. I'm not interested in learning how to use AI to make fake video or fake voices or anything like that. So nothing AI here, I assure you. Somebody said you use AI to make your thumbnails. I use Photoshop and I use screen grabs. But what is AI? It's just a computer program. So I use a computer program called Photoshop to help me make my thumbnails. If you want to consider Photoshop AI, from this guy's perspective, all AI is today's branding of a computer program. It's just Google search 2.0. Ain't nothing intelligent about it. It's a computer program. Garbage in, garbage out. That's all it is. So I'm not interested in using a computer program to make fake video. But again, these days, how do you know? You never know. Put the graphic back up there. Okay, let's see. Let's go back up. Paulie's asking, video capture box. Do you use one for your live feed videos? I use a Blackmagic ATEM Mini Pro. It's got 4 camera feeds, so you can switch back and forth between 4. I plug 3 cameras in, and I plug one extra laptop in as a camera feed. So that's all I need. 3 camera views and the laptop, so I can put the graphics and all this information up on the screen. See Jacob checking in from Dallas. Yep, just a I don't know, couple hour brownout, if that. About 2 hours. Me and Big Pumpkin actually did a project, which will be tomorrow's video. We installed her new dryer. You just have to wait and watch the video to see her dryer. All right, John, man, how you doing? Checking in from Oregon. Okay, Angelo says downpour still and thunderstorm. Now, Angelo, let us know where you're at, my friend. Okay, Kev is down in Manila, windy here, not much else. All right, thanks for the local report. Let's see, Russ checking in from Jacksonville. Screen division on screen looks better today. Thank you very much. And then shout out to Living Blank. Folks, yesterday I had the graphic, the whole screen. I had a little small box with me sitting way. I mean, I was like that big on the screen. And y'all brought to my attention, hey man, can't see you. And I said, you know what? Yeah, it's a good point. So I went back to the drawing board again. Now I've done the 50-50, pretty much split screen. It doesn't work well on Instagram because it's up and down, that portrait style. I just figured that shit out. So I either got to not do Instagram, or maybe I can change it where it does horizontal. But thanks for all the input. If you got any opinions or input about the audio, the video, the format, please send it my way. Charlie checking in from Pittsburgh. Let's see, Justin said all the Manila schools are closed today. I don't know that. I don't know if that's true or not, my friend. Let's see, Massa Blaster says, this not a 5-star award-winning weather forecast. Thank you very much, my friend. I'll keep trying to improve it until it gets to 5-star status. I guess right now I'm at 4-star. Let's see, Daryl checking in from Terlingua, Texas. Yeah, beer does sound good right now. Okay, Led Zippo 9er checking in from Taiwan, but in Thailand on vacation. Okay, a good time to be in Thailand. Now I can hear the rain sort of coming my way because everybody here, most folks have tin roofs. So I do have a little bit of rain coming down right now. Not sure how much you can see it in the screen, but obviously darker clouds rolling in. Again, if you're just joining me, that's a live feed from here on the beautiful Subic Bay. That's what you're looking at right there. And then let's see, let's look out the front. A little bit of rain and wind picking up. And I think all my cameras are good to go, unless it starts blowing in the window. If it starts blowing in the window, I'll have to move this camera We'll close the window. But as soon as it starts raining, it just lets up. Now I know that's not going to hold, but that's what it was doing this morning. And they're like, nah, I'm not sending the kids to school for brown out. And so here we go. But in a nutshell, so far we have been not really impacted here on Subic Bay. Not yet. Our rain should be coming this weekend. Let's see, Under the Dogwood checking in from Sarasota. And Jerry says AI is slop. That's all it is. For me, an AI generated video or movie is just a cartoon. It's a cartoon with, different graphics. I'm not interested in watching cartoons. It's fake. Yeah, that front gate's definitely not AI. Larry, how you doing? Says, Bubba, you are not a weatherman. Please retire immediately. I'm just getting started, my friend. Ain't nothing about me that's retired. I'm just getting started. Yeah, the sound effects, I don't consider that AI. That's a good question. Like what's defined as AI in the movie business? I throw a few sound effects in there, but to me they're real sound effects. I guess they could have been AI generated, but in the early days when I started this, they weren't. Somebody recorded a dog barking. Now it's a sound effect. Okay, coming on down. TCB Tiger, how you doing? Checking in from Biloxi. And I guess what I should do when I put that up there is put my little sign up here. There we go, right there. Now you know where I'm at and what you're looking at. We're looking at some rainfall here in the mountains, just overlooking the beautiful Subic Bay. See, Slump, how you doing? Checking in from San Antonio. Royal, how are you? William, checking in England. Throw a couple more old tires up on the tin roof in case of wind gusts. Yeah, that's what they do here. Just throw a bunch of tires on the roof to keep them weighted down so the tin does not blow off. And again, Williams checking in on station. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, talking about AI. Yeah, these days, how do you know something is not AI? Well, what I've caught myself doing and what I am doing is I just don't watch anything current. We watch movies and shows from, a lot of the movies we watch are 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. We watch older movies before the age of AI. Any shows before the age of AI. Because anything within the past 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you don't know. Here's how I deal with it. I just don't watch it. Just watch old movies. So, anything that comes out new, I'm suspect of, and it's not too interested in any of the new stuff because you just don't know. Okay, so Typhoon Bavi. Let me pull the graphic down a little bit so we can sort of see more of the track. There you go, right there. It's as far as it tracks. See, we're located about in this vicinity here. My pointer is a hand. It's too big. I can't get to. There it is. And yeah, we're somewhere right in there, up here on Subic Bay. So the storm is, well north of us, northeast if you're looking at it. But really, we have not been impacted as of yet from the typhoon or the southwest monsoon. And again, all I can report is real time what's going on, and then I my forecast, my prediction is just reading what the meteorologists have put out. I'm not trying to be a forecaster because I don't know. I'm not a weatherman. I can tell you what's happened in the past. I can tell you what's happening right now looking out my window. And I leave the forecasting up to the meteorologist. But it looks like Saturday and Sunday we're going to get a lot of rain sitting right here. All right, let's see. What do we got there? Yeah, I got 61 thumbs up. Thank y'all very much for them thumbs ups. Helps out with them dang old Google squirrels inside this computer turning knobs. All right, so what I need to do, I need to go back over on Kick and make sure I'm still broadcasting. Yeah, looks like I'm still up and running on Kick. Too cool. And again, I don't know nothing about it or how it works, but I somehow connected all the dots and I am up and broadcasting on Kick. Actually, it was pretty easy. I think out of all of them, that was too easy. To sign up for Kick and to get live on Kick was very, very simple. Now, I don't know. Kick may be a video gaming platform. That's what somebody said Twitch is. I don't know. Now, when the rain showed up, now it's not raining. So the rain shows up, the rain leaves. Just like a little afternoon showers going on here. So there you go. That's the view outside my window. It's a beautiful view overlooking a beautiful garden with a big mountain in the background. Now you can't see the top of the mountain due to the cloud cover. But you look out this window here at the crib and you feel like you're in Colorado. It's a beautiful, gorgeous view. And then when I look out this view right here, looking at the cows out in the cow pasture, reminds me of the backwoods of Mississippi. Just a beautiful cow pasture out there. You know, cows, goats, chickens, dogs, got all kind of animals. Let's see, Sling Blade, watching you from the background. All right, thanks for checking in, man. Hope you're doing well. Let's see, got 62. Now we're up to 69 thumbs ups. Let's see, the link on Kick. You know what? Can I put these in here? Yeah, I can figure that out. Let's see. How can I do this? Okay, so I see the link to Twitch. So if y'all are over on Twitch, all the handles are the same. It's Overstay Road. But that's the link to Twitch. If you're over on that platform, which they say they keep telling me it's a gaming platform. I got flies on my panda saw here. Got a whole plate of panda saw. Let's see. Jay Lee says sit back. She's got another 3 hours to go. That's right. I'm in no hurry to go nowhere. Everybody's settled. Got some breakfast. They're chilling. See, Robin says, I'm in Masbate City, had to tie my dog up as he was getting blown away. And let's see, I was going to put the one to Kick. Where is the Kick? Kick.com. I think that's the link. Anyhow, if you go to Kick, it's again, it's all the same handles. Overstay Road. Let me see if that's the right one. Look at that technology. I figured out and put the links in there. So somebody check that. Man, I put the same. Oh, it goes to both places. Somebody click that link and see if you see me over on that Kick platform. Let's see, LMB. I'm not sure what all they're doing. There's a lot of stuff going on. Freeway Freddy, how are you? Checking in from Miami. And then Jazz This, checking in from Las Vegas. 108 degrees. Yeah, I missed the time I spent out there in the desert out that way. But yeah, 108 degrees. My goodness. Let's see, what did it say over there on Windy that the temperature was in Olongapo? They're reporting 26 in Olongapo. Is that correct? Anyhow, I'm sitting in my little studio here, no aircon. I got a fan going. I got the windows open. And I don't want to say I'm cool as a cucumber, but I'm comfortable. If I took my shirt off, I'd be fine. Be comfortable. But I thought I would dress up today since I'm bringing you a very important weather report on this typhoon that's headed towards Taiwan. I actually put a shirt on with a collar. I put a tie on, but I don't think I got any ties here. Okay, so Jazz This is reporting that Kick is working. All right, well, thank you very much. And how is the audio on Kick? Because I'm sitting here broadcasting, and I'll check it after the stream. But is the audio okay on Kick and Twitch? Let's see, Babo checking in from Washington, D.C. Hope you're doing well. Golfer 5636 in the house. Thank you very much. Let's see what kind words of wisdom you have for me today, my friend. So Marcus has discovered his new grift. He's now a meteorologist. Yeah, spent time in desert. Special forces training with a couple of emojis. It looks like a smiley face with tears and then a clown. Thank you very much, my friend, for checking in, for being a loyal viewer here. Man, I love you. I just wish you would leave more comments and leave longer comments. Just keep up the good work. Let's see, Kenny and Subic, shout out to you, my friend. Not much wind here in Subic. Might make an SBMA run. Yeah, I mean, looking out the window right now, look at that. No rain. Winds died down. I think you'd be good to go. Make a run down to SBMA. I don't think no problem on the SBMA run. I think you'd be just fine. I'd like to head down to Texas Joe's myself right now. Let's see, Master Blaster said I didn't shave. Man, I knew I forgot to do something. You're right, I didn't. Okay, Jazz This, thank you very much. Audio is great on Twitch and Kick. Okay, now look, people have informed me that Twitch is a video game focused platform. What is Kick? I don't even know. Is it about video games as well? I'm not sure. All right, I'll put this up. Maybe I hear a helo coming. Hear a helicopter. Let's see if it goes past our screen there. You have to look closely. Not sure if the audio is picking it up. Let's see if we're gonna get a flyby. Not sure if it's coming past my camera view or not. I'll leave it up there. Does anybody see it? I don't see it. I can hear it, but I can't see it. Maybe not. Going the wrong direction. Okay, let's see. Kick audio and videos 5x5. Okay, awesome. I heard there's an Aikido dojo in Subic, so I'm considering moving there for that. Not sure about that, my friend. Maybe so. I don't know. OFW Nations checking in from Seattle. Hope you're doing well, my friend. And Kenny says he's not sure if he still has a collared shirt. You know, when you first punch out to Southeast Asia, your daily uniform is tank top, the equivalent of bathing suit, shorts, and flip-flops. You know, it's like standard wear. And I wore that for several years. And I just got tired of, I don't know, I just felt like a beach bum every day, everywhere I went. You know, and after several years, I just started, I don't want to call this dressing up, but compared to my first years in Southeast Asia, this is dressing up. I mean, you used to just have a tank top that said Sing Hi on it, and you know, some flip-flops, some prison slides, or if you really dressed up, you threw some Crocs on. Okay, so Rusty says Kick has streams across many categories, including travel, gaming, and lots more. Okay, well, I'm up on it now. So if somebody says you're a YouTuber, so why can't you call me a Rumbler? Because I'm up on Rumble. Now I'm a Kickster. I'd be streaming on Rumble, but I can't figure out how to verify the account. It's some type of glitch. It will not send me a code, or else I'd be streaming on Rumble as well, being a Rumbler. Okay, let's go back to the graphic there. Just a little bit of history. This storm is, the international name is Bavi, and I know it's confusing because I have Indi up on the screen, but a storm is given an international name, and then when it enters the Philippine area of responsibility, here they give it a local name. A little bit confusing, but that's what they do. So initially it was Super Typhoon Bavi. Once it came here, it became Super Typhoon Indi, and now it's downgraded to Typhoon Indi. So if you're confused about that, hey, I'm sitting in the Philippines. This is what they call it here. This is what people know it by. They know it by the local name here. But it is a little bit confusing having two names. Okay, the Longapo Subic Bay Aikido Club was probably down in the Longapo. And maybe that's what you meant. You know, some people get confused. You know, you have Subic Bay, and then you have a Longapo. Well, I'm messing it up there with my hands, but Subic Bay is the bay. There's Subic Town. So sometimes when people just say Subic, are you talking about Subic Bay? Are you talking about a Longapo? Are you talking about Subic Town? But probably down in a Longapo, there probably is some type of Aikido club. Todd, how you doing? Russ, how are you? Here in North Carolina. Been watching you for a long time. Thanks for the weather. Got lots of family there in the, is that Tipo area, Longapo? All right, man. Well, thanks for watching. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I like doing this. Like I said, if you watch Fox News or any of the mainstream media and you see this big, huge super typhoon barreling towards the Philippines, obviously you're going to worry. If I were sitting in America and Big Pumpkin and the kids sitting over here, obviously I'm very worried. I'm very concerned. And you're not going to sleep until this thing passes well past the Philippines. Then what makes it worse? You get the brownout, and then you can't get in touch with your family members. And then all you can do is sit there and worry and try to look at the news and try to look at Facebook, get in touch with somebody. But just like this morning, I got a 2-hour brownout, and it's not even bad weather right now. So, you know, communications are obviously a lot better than they were when I first started roaming around over here. But the first sign of rain, the signal goes out. You can't get in touch with nobody, and all you can do is sit there and worry and watch the news and just assume that the bamboo house is getting blown away, but really it's just because the cell tower and the signal's out and you can't get in touch with anybody. There's a brownout. Everybody's got low bat on their cell phone. Even if there is a signal, you couldn't get in touch with them. Let's see, Philippines, how are you? Nope, same time zone here in the PI. Boom! David Vidalis coming off the top ropes of the octagon. Thank you very much. Off to work. Man, I hope you have a good shift. Good day at work, or I should say, if you're in the States, a good evening or morning at work, right? Because it's 10:39 a.m. here, and if you're on the East Coast, you just flip the AM to PM. So a lot of folks get confused with what time it is here. Well, if you're on the East Coast of the U.S. right now, you just flip the AM to PM. Make sure Joy has a functional life jacket. Yeah, she should be here today if all goes well. Won't be picking her up on the bike. She'll have to take the Jeep. Let's see. Are we too far in the mountains for cell service? No, we're fine. We got 5G signal here. But like this morning, when the electricity went out and the internet went down, okay, I'm like, man, I got this live stream schedule. Obviously, I want to go live. So you check the cell phone, because I could just take the cell phone and talk to you fine folks on the cell phone, right? It's not going to be a great production like this. But you're concerned with the upload speed. The download speed was fine. The upload speed was like 1. Now, on a normal day, it's very fast on the 5G, but today it wasn't. And I'm assuming what happens when the electricity goes out, everybody's internet goes out. What do? Well, they go over to the cell phone and it slows down the network. That's just speculation. Point is, it was not fast enough for me to even go live from the cell phone. So I did a project with Big Pumpkin out there, hanging up her new drying facility, which you'll see that on tomorrow's video. After the stream, I'm going to chop that up. It's an interesting video. I had to use her new washer as a ladder to install her new dryer. I'll leave you with that mystery. But no, I've got fine cell service here, no problem. But this morning it was not fast enough on the upload speed to go live from the phone. I just had to sit back and wait. Richard, how you doing? Checking in from San Antonio, Texas. Hope you're doing well. As a kid, we used to go to San Antonio every Christmas for a weekend, like a three-day weekend, and we would run wild down there at the Riverwalk. Just wonderful time. Me and my best buddy pretty much had the run of the town, while my mother and stepfather just did their thing, we did our thing. So San Antonio during Christmas was part of growing up for several years. Love that place. Midnight Alchemist, how are you? And yeah, no time difference anywhere in the PI. We're all in the same time zone. Wood powered dryer. Not exactly. You just have to wait for tomorrow's video, but you're gonna be impressed. John checking in from South Mississippi. How you doing? Let's see, Farhat, how are you? Very bad, very bad. Yeah, just the history of this storm. It went as a super typhoon basically roll right through the islands near Guam. I think it went right over, the eye went right over the island of Rota. I think that's correct. Anyhow, roll through the northern Mariana Islands. And then it was coming straight for us, but it took that right turn. If you can see there in the track. And that's where you're sort of putting your faith and your trust in the forecast models. And you're hoping and praying that they are correct. And so far, they have been correct. So if you go back here, that thing is pretty much headed due west, coming right at us. But they kept saying it's going to cut a right turn and it's going to head up towards Taiwan, and they were pretty much right on the money. How do they know that? I guess because of the southwest monsoon pushing it that direction. I don't know. I'm not a weatherman. But I am sitting here in the Philippines, and back over here, when this thing was motoring towards us, okay, well, you're concerned. Or, you know, you have to be concerned, you have to be prepared, because storms don't always do what the weathermen think they're going to do. But in this case, from our perspective here in the Philippines, it has followed pretty much the track that they predicted. And I certainly appreciate the storm for doing so. Appreciate all the weathermen and professional meteorologists, everybody involved, for their prediction. But with the same sense, I'm not going to sit there and bet my life on it. You prepare as if it's still coming towards you, and you hope that it takes that right turn and goes north. And that's what it's done. So, from what all the information is indicating now, we're just in for some torrential rain over this weekend. I would assume that the kids' school will probably be closed on Monday. Because again, as an old single dad, what am I really concerned with on the weather report? Let's see. Do the kids have school? That's one of the important top 3 things I want to know. Do the kids got to go to school or not? Yes or no? So I can plan accordingly. But reading that rainfall forecast for here in Zambales put out by Pagasa, I'm leaning towards they're not going to go to school on Monday as well. Okay, you can hear the rain coming. You can hear it way off because most everybody around here has a tin roof, and you can just hear it way before you can even see it. So we've got a little bit of rain popping the roofs right now. So if there's a lot of background noise, it's due to the rain. But what's been happening, as soon as it comes, it goes away. Give you another look. Look in that direction. We can see a little bit of wind kicking up and some rain. Looking out my front gate right there. And then again back to looking toward the mountain. Not too much detail in the clouds. It's just what you see on your screen is what I'm seeing outside my screen. It's just gray and gloomy and raining right now. Just calming down a little bit. Okay, back to your comments. So Kenny was going to make that run down to SBMA, but I don't know, man. I don't know. It's 50-50. David? Well, David asked, did I hear that right? Did Fatima get a new washer and dryer? Well, yeah, sort of. Her washer is a Yamaha, and her dryer, you'll just have to watch tomorrow's video to see her new dryer. Let's see, Bad Boy Travel, good morning from Behold. barely any wind and rain here. Seems like the trajectory of the storm has been pretty spot on. Yeah, I agree with you. Let's see, and no wind, hardly any rain down there. Okay, pretty much the same here till last night. And now we're obviously getting some rain here in the mountains overlooking the beautiful Subic Bay. There you go right there. If I had the gate open, I would probably have some goats, the puppies. Well, the puppies can get through the gate, but the goats can't. I'd probably have goats sleeping on the carport, but I got the gate closed. And when that rain comes, I mean, Captain Obvious, but it just takes that temperature down. I mean, I love it. I love the rain. Why? We don't have an air conditioner here. Most of the time now, we don't even need one. We leave the windows open, a fan. We're quite comfortable. But when that rain comes over, it gets cool. I mean, if I were sitting here right now with my shirt off, I would be looking for a t-shirt to put on. That's how cool it is in here. I don't have a thermometer, so I don't know the exact temperature. But I'm glad now that I put a long sleeve shirt on, or else I'd have a chill. Mildred, how are you? Checking in from Alaska. How's the weather there in Alaska? Okay, somebody requesting the outside cam. Might be a little slow to get it, but there you go. Rain's coming down pretty good right now. Wind not too crazy, but we are getting a healthy amount of rain right now. And again, my motorbike and the chimney to my barbecue grill is blocking your view. I'll have to work on that, but I had to put them up close to the house because I didn't want them to get unnecessarily drenched or blown over. Which the carport's sort of narrow. I don't think the wind could blow them over in there, but don't take no chances. This view right here again is looking out my back window towards the big mountain, and as you can see, it's pretty much just gray and gloomy right now, where before we could make out the clouds and some sunny patches. But looking out right now, it's just what you see on your screen is what I'm seeing. What you see is what you get. And then just as I say that, the rain goes back to a little sprinkling. Okay, back over to your comments. Let's see, do I like Subic Bay better than Angeles City? That's a good question. I mean, to answer the question, I would say yes, but there's nothing wrong with Angeles City. Okay, you got all the amenities you need, all the restaurants, malls, you got the airport right there. I'm not saying anything bad against Angeles City, but it's a city. We prefer the outdoor lifestyle, being close to the beach, being able to hike up in the mountains, and having this view of the mountain and having a view of the cow pasture. So it's all about what you want. I'm not going to say anything bad about AC. It's a good place to live and use as a base of operations. And if you want to travel around and go island hopping, you just pop over to Clark. You can go for a long weekend, check out wherever you're going to Boracay, go for a week to Boracay, you come back to Angeles. It's a good base. You have everything you need there. You've got everything you need over here. So it's sort of just a different lifestyle, but we prefer it over here. All the places we've lived in the Philippines, this is just the lifestyle that fits us. Being outdoors more, between the mountains, the boating, the bay. It's just more for us. So I hope that answered the question. But nothing against Angeles. If you're not into the mountains or going to the beach and stuff like that and the outdoorsy lifestyle, Angeles might be the better place for you. A lot more housing options over there, places to rent, than it is over here. See, Overwatch checking in from Waco. Yeah, we're doing fine, my friend. Thank you very much. Yeah, I laugh. What movie? What's the name of that movie? I'm familiar with the history, but I didn't know there was a movie specifically about the meteorologists on D-Day. Yeah, I love the sound of rain too. I love that sound of rain popping on that tin roof. But if I were using any of my other microphones, you would just hear noise when I'm trying to talk. You wouldn't be able to hear me. That's another reason I've swapped to this OG interview mic, because it does the best with all the noise of the environment. Dogs barking, roosters crowing, birds chirping, and the rain hitting the tin roof. Let's see. Yeah, Overwatch. Is that right? 13 hours ahead. Yeah, because we're 12 hours ahead of the East Coast. So yeah, that'd be right. We're 13 hours ahead of y'all. If I had a blender and some rum, I could be enjoying a frozen hurricane right now. That's what we do in New Orleans. I love a hurricane. I think my favorite drink back in the day was a rum runner. But not many bartenders can make an appropriate rum runner. Most places I would go, they would not get it right. And down there in the Keys, man, my memory's faded, millions of beers ago. But you used to get rum runners at that one place. Where was it at? Was it on Marathon? Anyhow, when you walked up to the bar, to the restaurant, it had this huge rum runner everybody take pictures with. But that was what the place was famous for. And once you got used to drinking rum runners there, anywhere else you went in the world, they didn't taste right. What was the name of the place? Was it Rum Runners? I have to sit here and search my mind. Down in the Florida Keys. Okay, how close are we to the Mata-Inn River? The Mata-Inn River is, I don't know, 15 minutes from us. That's down there next to Barrio Barreto. So we're not close to that. We're close to other bodies of water, but we're not concerned about anything overflowing because we're up on a little bit of elevation. And anytime I look at a place, I'm always concerned about that. So we're good on the flooding. I better knock on wood. We're good on the flooding. We're up on a high enough elevation. Not a concern here. People in the lower areas, different story. But for me, we're going to be high and dry no matter how hard it rains. That's my prediction. In case of a tsunami, which point right there? There we go. I just run up that hill right there. I mean, we can be very high in elevation in a matter of minutes, so not a concern for me. But again, we live down in Barrio Barreto in a place where when it rained, the street turned into a raging river. If you don't believe me, go back and watch the video. Our house was up on elevation, no problem, dry as a bone. The street was lower elevation, turned into a river, and the folks on the other side of the street, their crib was street level and it flooded. Every time it come a flood, it would flood their living room, whatever, they had to sweep it out. Now we're fine on the flooding here. I can't say that for everybody. Andy Perez, how are you? Says, who cares? Thank you very much for tuning in, my friend. Okay, Mike's reporting in from Southern Negros. Cool, rainy, and no wind. Okay, that's yeah, pretty much the same thing we got going on here. You know, just like that, just rain bands coming and going. Okay, Overwatch asks, is there such thing as tornadoes over there? Okay, in the sense that we know tornadoes in the U.S., no. But me and Big Pumpkin, was the kids with us? I can't remember. We were on a ferry from Hagnai to Bantayan Island and saw a water spout. So no, I've never heard of any tornadoes over here tearing anything up. And I just thought, well, there are no tornadoes over here. There are no water spouts over here until I saw one. I saw it. It's actually, I got it on video. But it was so far away, and I had this FX3 with I have a 35 millimeter fixed lens, so it's very far away. But we did witness a water spout on the ferry between Hagnai and Bantayan Island. If I would have had that camera right there that's shooting the mountains, I would have been able to zoom in and get great footage of it, but I didn't. Of course, everybody was filming it with their phones, which it probably looked like a dot on their phones. It was far enough away from us. It wasn't really a threat. So I hope that answers your question. But like a tornado tearing stuff up like it's the middle of Kansas, no. I've never heard or experienced anything like that other than the water spout. And I was pretty surprised. I'm like, holy there's a water spout. And I'll tell you what, I've seen, let me try to make a long story short. We were on the bridge coming from Key West. You know, the long ass bridge where once you get on that one section, there's nowhere to go. You got to keep rolling. And we sat there and watched water spouts form above our head. We were in a convertible. We'd rented a convertible in Miami, rolled down to Key West. We were coming back, and it was just beautiful. We just sat there and watched these things form, and there were multiple water spouts, and then they combined. It was absolutely just mesmerizing, just beautiful to be that close to the thing. And my girlfriend was driving, and she said, "What do I do?" I said, "There ain't nothing to do. Hit the gas. All you can do is hit the gas. What are we gonna do? You're on a bridge over the water. This damn thing's right above her. Just hit the gas." It was our only option. And but just absolutely beautiful watching these things form and what they did. It was just incredible watching it. A little bit of fear because it was right over our head, but all ended up well. Okay, volcanic ash falling. I'm glad you brought that up because that's what I was going to cover too. Somebody talked about the volcanoes yesterday, so we'll change over from the storm reporting here for just a second. All right, let me pull up. Now, I don't know the whole story or what have you, but I went over to Phil Volk's. Well, the whole story is one of the volcanoes cooked off during our stream yesterday. That's why I didn't know anything about it. So we'll start right here. Just pull up a news article for some material here for me to read. Phil Volk's reports a moderate eruption at Canlaon volcano. I guess I should have asked Big Pumpkin how to pronounce that. Now, they're calling it a moderately explosive eruption early Thursday. And again, I think it went off, or maybe it was right before the live stream. The eruption lasted for 3 minutes, 7:33 a.m. Generated a dark gray eruption plume that rose 2 to 3 kilometers above the crater before drifting to the general east. Okay. The volcano is under alert level 2, which indicates an increased unrest. An entry into a 4-kilometer permanent danger zone remains strictly prohibited. Okay, go to the next one here. The communities are warned of lahar flows amid rains from Indi. Okay, back when Pinatubo blew, that was part of what compounded that event because of a typhoon that came through. And I think that's the location right there. And for reference, this is where the old lady's village is, up here. Okay. We'll go over to Phil Volk's, and this is the latest volcano bulletins, and it'll tell you about all of the volcanoes, right? And they've got it in English and Tagalog. So if we come over here, I clicked on, here we go. Well, that's the Mayan volcano. There we go, yeah. Summary of a 24-hour observation. This is dated 10 July, which is today, 10 July 2026. Alert level 3. Now here's your parameters. Had 14 volcanic earthquakes, 75 rockfall events. Now, is this correct? 4,569 tons of sulfur dioxide flux. That was yesterday on the 9th. Let's see, here's your recommendation. Nobody should get closer than a 6-kilometer radius, and flying any aircraft close to the volcano. And you know what? That was the Mayan. So I just screwed that up. There's the cameo right there. Did I mention I'm not a volcanologist? Okay, so here's the cameo volcano here. It's alert level 2. Entry into the 4-kilometer radius. Now, here you go. So if you go to this and it shows the volcano alert levels, it tells you, you got Pinatubo, Tall, Mayan. Let's go to this one. So it tells you what and how to interpret the alert levels. So a little bit of a learning curve, but there we go. So that's the volcano. It's alert level 2. And we come over here and look at alert level 2, moderate level of volcanic unrest. But there you go. That's all from the Phil Volk site. And look, I was talking about the wrong volcano. So we got several volcanoes here that they keep an eye on. I saw another article somewhere. Hold on, let me find it. That was talking about there were some flights that were either canceled or diverted due to the volcano. Let me see if I can pull it up. Okay, here we go right here. This is from July 9th. Yep, yesterday. That's the wrong one. There you go, right there. Over 50 flights were canceled, 3 diverted due to this eruption yesterday. So Philippine Airline Express canceled 33 flights, or PAL Express. Cebu Pacific grounded 11, and then I guess you pronounce that Sebgo with 10 flights. Okay, so quick article right there. Basically, volcano cooked off, sent ash 3 kilometers into the air, canceled some flights, diverted some flights, and also the ash has drifted over, I think made it over to Cebu, right? To Toledo. Let me see if I can find the article. There you go, right there. The ashfall covers parts of Negros Island and it reaches Cebu. Okay, let's put that up there for the historical record. There you go. Confirms ash in Cebu is from the eruption. So that's what I know about the volcano. Speaking about volcanoes up here, we got Pinatubo over here, then you got Angeles City, and then you've got Mount Arayat. So when I say, and I joke many times, that Angeles City is the meat on a volcano sandwich, I'm not joking. If you draw a line from Pinatubo to Mount Arayat, straight line, the halfway point will be at the southern end of the runway at Clark. So which way you want to look? You look this way, you got a stratovolcano that cooked off in 1991. Look this way, you're looking at Mount Arayat. So somebody made a comment yesterday, why would you retire here due to the typhoons and the earthquakes? Don't leave out the volcanoes. Just so you know what you're getting into. See Barry checking in from San Bernardino. Thank you very much for checking in. Get my right graphic back up here. Here we go. Hey Maximus, how are you? Yeah, it's like cement flowing downhill. Go back up here. Okay, John says Quezon City schools are closed. All right, thank you for that report. Yeah, it's hard to keep up with what the volcanoes are doing here. It's even more difficult to keep up with the earthquakes. It's just a way of life. They'll have an earthquake, a small one or what have you. I don't even hear about it. Maybe a couple days later, should be like, hey, did you hear they had an earthquake? Like, no, didn't hear about it. Okay, so there you go, Maximus. There was ashfall in Cebu City from it. So you don't even have to live on the same island to be affected. It cooks off there. The winds take it east. Now you got ash dropping on your head over there at Ayala Mall. Yeah, is that what it is? I was talking about the water spout earlier that we saw on the 7-mile bridge between Marathon and Big Pine Key. That must have been where we were at. We were on the Big Long Bridge. I can't remember exactly how long it is and exactly where it's at, but we were on the bridge. Things started forming overhead, and it was like forming like almost horizontal. It was like that, how it started. One of them started forming. We watched multiple water spouts form. One or two actually came together and combined. It was quite a show. And we were on that bridge. Couldn't do nothing but keep driving. Yeah, for the most part, the Tiki Bar. That's it. Massa Blasta. The Tiki Bar in Isla Morada. My gosh. My memory is starting to fail me on certain things. I used to go there all the time. The Tiki Bar and get a rum runner. Is it still there, or is it a thing of the past? I don't know. Yeah, it has to be my most favorite drink. Yeah, so David confirms it. Holiday Isle Tiki Bar. They used to just call it the Tiki Bar, yeah. But once you got used to drinking that rum runner from the Tiki Bar, it just didn't taste right anywhere else. Even if I went up to Fort Lauderdale, tried to get one, it tastes like cough syrup. You know what I mean? They would get carried away with a certain ingredient, and it just wouldn't taste right. But You know, sort of like getting used to eating Thai food in Thailand. You go somewhere else, it just ain't the same. Same thing. I got spoiled on those rum runners down there. Yeah, you could get them pretty good in Key West too, but the favorite was there at the Tiki Bar. Dave-O, how you doing? Let's see, noticed a lot more dust on my car yesterday. It's probably from that ash. Supposedly shot at 3 kilometers up in the air. So it probably was. Massa Blasta said another favorite at the rum bar is the painkiller. I don't know if I ever had that or not, but you know, once you hit the Tiki Bar, for some reason my memories there got cloudy. Had some great times there. All right, so we're getting some rain here now. It's looking out my window facing northeast, and as you can see, it's pretty much just pretty much gray now from the rain. But that's looking out my window here in Subic, and then let's see, we'll look out my front porch here, get a better perspective. Not too much wind, but we are just getting some rain. Let's see, still talking about Key West. Got a lot of good times down there. A lot of good times hanging out in the Keys, Key West. What a great time to be there. Well, at least was for me at that point in my life. And if I got flies here. I'm going to eat these things. Maybe I get the flies out of here. This is a pandy saw, and it's just basically a fresh baked roll. They roll around on the motorbike carts with little ovens on there. Absolutely delicious, fresh. Oh yeah. Scott says the kid from Josie Wheels wants his shirt back. I tell you what, this shirt's a champion. It's made out of, I forget the percentages, but it's like half hemp and half cotton. It's all natural. Natural fibers. Probably one of the best shirts I've ever had. It's tough. The material is tough, but it's light. So like in the hot sun, I mean, this thing is perfect. Especially I've been riding a motorbike lately with either just my vest or a sleeveless shirt. Well, what happens when you ride a bike like that? Your arms get burnt. Everything else is good to go, and your arms get burnt. So you need to have some sleeves on if you ride the bike. It's Captain Obvious. But yeah, this shirt right here is a champion. I mean, I'm rough on clothes, especially shirts, because my son is always trying to climb, and pulling on my shirt. A regular t-shirt gets destroyed pretty quick because of Forest G. It's just the way it is. It's always trying to climb, get on my shoulders like I'm a jungle gym. This thing right here, I'll tell you where it's from. It's from Patagonia's workwear line. They make a lot of things with hemp. In the U.S., quick history lesson, we basically banned hemp for so long. There's still restrictions on it, which is stupid as hell. Because it grows quicker, easier than cotton. Anyhow, so talking about the shirt, it's a champion. It's an absolute champion of a shirt. Cotton and hemp, all natural. And what I've learned living in Southeast Asia in the tropics is that anything fake, polyester, nylon that they sell you that's dry fit, oh, it'll dry quick if you sweat. Well, you know the reason you're sweating is because you're wearing plastic. You're wearing a plastic trash bag. Anything synthetic, I'm not interested in anymore. That's what makes you sweat in the first place. Yeah, it'll dry quick because it's a thin piece of plastic. That's all it is. You wear natural cotton or hemp or wool, and you don't sweat in the first place. So, yeah, this shirt's an absolute champion. Love it. Been wearing it pretty much every other day for over a year now. It's like brand new. Okay, Kel says electrical storms coming our way according to Windy. Now, I'm glad you brought that up because on this app here, the way I'm describing this app is that it's basically Windy, a localized version of Windy. So you've got lightning data. Let's check it. Real-time lightning data. I just clicked that. Did anything happen? I don't think anything happened. Let's go to 20-minute lightning. Okay, look at there. Look at there. So, my friend, you're over on Windy, and great app, but I think that they've created this app pretty well. For me, it's just like a Philippines version, or Philippines specific version of Windy. So you're absolutely correct. It looks like the lightning is coming this way, nipping at our heels. Can y'all see that? And I'm not sure what the difference between the pink lightning and the yellow lightning is. Guess I'll have to look a little bit closer to see what the difference is. But there you go. So I got the lightning up there on the screen. Thank you very much, my friend. And if somebody can do the research and tell us what's the difference between the pink, the yellow, the color in the bolts, because I don't see it. And then the rain has pretty much stopped here now. She's still back to just a gloomy sky, but the rain has stopped. But yeah, according to this, we do have some lightning coming our way. Thank you very much, Kel. Let's see, Jing's World, how are you? He says you folks are lucky with lots of rain. Keep the dust off, while here in Vegas it's super dry and hot. Keep it rolling, my friend. Yeah, definitely different weather. Let's see, Scott says just giving you a hard time. I wear long sleeves only when in the PI. Yeah, especially if you're on a bike. I mean, at night it's a different story, right? But if you're going to ride a motorcycle anytime during the day, you got to have a jacket or long sleeves on. No matter how hot it is, or your arms just get baked. It just get baked. Anything else on you'll be fine. Even if you're wearing shorts, you're pretty good to go. But when you're sitting there like this for an hour riding in the hot sun, your arms are going to be red by the time you get to where you're going. When I first went to Thailand, I was wearing a lot of linen. You can buy a lot of linen there. But the problem with that linen is when you start sweating, it gets see-through. It was so thin. When I first showed up there, I had the extra pounds on my ass. So everywhere I went, I was sweating. Now, within 6 months, I had lost that weight. But when I first started rolling around wearing that white linen, I'd be sweating and it just turns see-through. So yeah, it's very cool, but if you sweat a lot, that's the problem with linen. Let's see, Jake, how you doing? Is my fiance safe in Cebu? Well, it's a very subjective question. They got some ash fall from the volcano next door, and I'm not sure what the rain's doing down there, but is she safe? I say she is. I haven't heard anything from Big Pumpkin about what's going on in the village or anything too crazy. The typhoon is already, headed towards Taiwan, sort of well north. Are they going to get a bunch of rain dumped on their head from this southwest monsoon? I guess possibly and probably. But I can't say either way. I say yeah, she'd probably be okay. And I ask Big Pumpkin all the time, hey, what is the village okay? And I've always asked these questions. Are they ready? They got a storm coming their way? It's like they don't even care to answer the question. They're not worried about it. It's a way of life, right? What are they going to do special? Nothing. Let's see, you would have more likes if you could bring a weather girl on here. That's what our local station does. Yeah, I got a weather girl. She's laid up in the other room over there chilling. I could put a green screen up here, put Big Pumpkin, in front of the weather map, or I could just put her in front of the TV. But she's not going to work for more than 2-3 minutes. She's going to complain that her hand is hurting or her arms are hurting. She's going to complain about something and roll out. So she would probably make a decent cameo appearance as a weather girl, but like to have her as a feature, she can't go the distance. That's the problem. Okay, so Kel says the lightning strikes. One color is fresh. So maybe the yellow is fresh, and then they'll turn pink, and then they disappear. Is that the progression? So if somebody will watch, no, because I just saw the pinks pop up first. And then there's a yellow pops up. So it doesn't seem to be the progression. Maybe it has to do with the intensity. I don't know. But again, if you're wondering where I'm getting this graphic from, the link is down in the description. It's from Pagasa, and I think it's an app. But if you just go to this site, you're seeing the same thing I am. Again, sort of like Wendy, but a Philippine-specific version. Yeah, Jake, I think she'll be okay, buddy. I mean, it's hard to say that and speculate, when it comes to somebody else's safety. But, her whole family's in northern Cebu, and I haven't heard anything out of the ordinary going on down there. I guess I'll have to ask her if they got any ash from the volcano that far north. That'd be a good question. Big Pumpkin, if you're listening, if you're in the chat, find out if your family had any ash fall on their head from that volcano yesterday. Let's see, social media, how you doing? Pony Boy. Those spandex shirts the Grab drivers use. Yeah, all of that stretchable stuff, all that stuff is synthetic. And anything synthetic, dry fit, all this branded stuff to get us to buy, it's basically plastic. You know what I mean? That's what makes you sweat in the first place. That's what I've learned. I could wear a thick cotton flannel shirt and be cooler than if I went and put on a some type of synthetic dry fit, or the workout clothes, the spandex, all that stuff. Just give me cotton, hemp, wool. I'll be cool as a cucumber. Let's see. Yeah, James. Yeah, that's a whole nother video to talk about everything going on, but yeah, a lot of stuff going on here. No, Kel, I didn't hear that news. Yeah, Fatima is funny. It would be funny to put her up with the green screen pointing at the map, but it'd probably be about a 3-minute performance before she rolled out. Yeah, synthetic stuff doesn't breathe. It's the marketing fooled us from wearing natural fibers to synthetic fibers. And if you're a male, you certainly want to wear cotton underwear, not anything synthetic. There's science behind it. All right, let's take a look out the window, see what the weather is doing here in the mountains overlooking Subic Bay. Rain has stopped, and you see a little bit of definition in the clouds, so some light poking through. And the wind is about at a 0. So, not much going on here as of now. I'm gonna eat some more of my pandy salt. Hate to eat in front of y'all, but this is my breakfast. They're delicious. Okay, the question is, why is Joy so shy? All Filipinos are shy naturally. Some of them just to the extreme. And a lot of folks here are very shy around foreigners, around us foreigners. So if the foreigner's not around, they're not shy. You know, they're just happy-go-lucky, no problem. The minute the foreign guy shows up, everybody gets so shy they shut down. But you know, Fatima is still very shy. And I ran into one of you fine folks the other day in the Walmart, and you can tell the story. What the first thing Fatima did, she took off around the corner. She's shy as could be. There's who you see on the camera, which after a few years, it took her a while to warm up to the camera, but still in person, if somebody starts talking to me, she's out of there. She's just too shy. She's still shy around my family or friends who show up over here. It's just their nature. I gotta pour myself a drink here. So Fatima says she don't know about the village. I'm always asking about them down there. Asking about grandma. The answer is, I don't know. Because I guess the question I asked her the other day was, are they still having earthquakes down there? You know, and after that big earthquake last year, and this is what we were discussing, is after that big earthquake and all the earthquakes made the news, well, they were still having earthquakes like every day. it's not newsworthy anymore. Like they were having them constantly. I don't know at what point they finally settled down, but it was such an everyday occurrence that they just stopped talking about it. Every now and then I'd ask, hey, they had any earthquakes lately? Oh yeah, all the time. Just like asking, hey, is there any homicides in Chicago? It's everyday life. Little RC. So I'll put the microphone there in the stand for a minute there. Yeah, James, that's the thing. It ain't the first storm. Ain't gonna be the last. It's not gonna be the last storm this season. We got lucky on this one. This one took a turn. It's headed north. Okay, our luck was on our side. Luck was on our side this time. Next week, there might be another one coming right behind it. The way it's been described is like the Philippines is like a bowling alley for typhoons. The Philippines are the pins and typhoons the bowling ball. Here it comes. Here comes another one. They just keep coming. I guess I should refresh the screen, make sure this thing stays up to date. I haven't figured out if it tracks automatically. I guess it does because it's showing the lightning strikes real time. But I think when you refresh it, you got to go back down until it click the lightning strikes again to get it to come back up. Let's see, did they come up or I need to click it again? Yeah, folks, if you're just joining us, the eye of the storm is still tracking toward north of Taipei. According to this model, it's still at a typhoon status. And we have seen some lightning activity to, what's that, the southwest of where I'm at right here on Subic. I don't know if the lightning has stopped or I didn't push the right button here. I think I've got it pulled up there. So let me pull up and see if Pagasa has issued an updated bulletin. Put it back up on the screen. Okay, that's the one from 5 o'clock. Let's do a refresh. There you go. Okay, so we got a fresh tropical cyclone bulletin. This is number 11. Yandai continues to weaken as it moves northwestward towards the sea east of Taiwan. Okay, so there's a lot of information there. We'll just come down and take a look at this graphic here. So there we go right there. Still typhoon status as of now, and they've got it tracking and maintaining typhoon status till sometime a little bit prior to hitting the Chinese mainland. So the last bulletin had it weakening here to a severe tropical storm, but now it looks like it's going to weaken in the water prior to making landfall in China, which is good news for them. So it looks to be weakening. It's still moving northwestward at 20 kilometers per hour. Maximum sustained winds down to 140 kilometer near the center and gusts up to 170. So it's still a pretty good storm. but it does seem to be weakening, and it's just going to be downgraded to a severe tropical storm when it slams into mainland China. So I'll leave that up there for just a minute. Rixter, their village is on the very top up there near Bantayan. A lot of people get it confused with Bantayan Island, but it's Bantayan on the northern tip of Cebu province. Hmm. You should never put a drink on the same level as all your equipment. I first got this MacBook Pro, brand new. 3 days later, spilled a big ass can of Heineken all over the keys. I mean, it was brand new. It's my luck. Still working fine, but a few of the keys seem to stick due to that beer incident. Get the right mouse here. Back to your comments. Okay, so Maximus putting some stats up there. Philippines gets on average 20 typhoons a year. That's pretty crazy, right? They just keep coming. Every year they just keep coming. And Kel, you were mentioning that story about the seal yesterday, and I forgot to research it. Neil the seal is apparently wreaking havoc on that town. Let's see, Douglas. Now, I haven't heard from her in a while. I have to ask Big Pumpkin if they've heard from her. I don't hear much of nothing that goes on down there anymore. It's one of those things where pretty much any subject, you ask Big Pumpkin, you know, hey, how's Grandma? How's Grandma doing? Oh, they're fine. Okay, how about a little update? Oh, they're fine. That's all I get. I just quit asking, you know, because that's all I'll get. I won't get a full rundown. It's like pulling teeth, trying to get some type of update. She don't understand what a situation report is. You know, Big Pumpkin, give me a sit rep on the village. They're fine. Everybody's okay. All right, folks, if you want to see the local weather conditions, let's go back outside my window. Still more clouds moving in. No rain. Light wind. Let's look out this direction. Looks like very light wind. A couple of roosters rolling around in the background. It's just life as usual here on Subic Bay. So I'll leave that graphic up for a while. But I forgot to go to my third bulletin. My goodness, I'm losing it here as a weatherman. These three links are down in the description. They should be. The link to that, the link to these bulletins on the typhoons, and then the link to these weather advisories, which basically are telling the rainfall. Top three things I want to know. So there you go. Got the brand new weather advisory Did we already go over this new one? Okay, so there's a heavy rainfall outlook due to Typhoon Bavi, still just listing Botanis, from the storm. But then you come down to this chart, the rainfall that they're attributing to the southwest monsoon, we got a lot more places. Okay, so again, Zimbalist is today. That's where I'm sitting in Zimbalist. We're 50 to 100. These folks up here getting more rain. And then tomorrow we get put into the more rain category along with Bataan. And then on Sunday noon to Monday at noon, we're still in the heavy rain category. So again, my speculation is, my kids probably won't have school on Monday due to heavy rain from the southwest monsoon, not from the typhoon. I guess it don't matter where the rain comes from. My takeaway is it's gonna rain all weekend long. Probably Monday, the kids probably won't have school on Monday. There you go. Under the Dogwood says, I miss seeing Tito Ramel and his crazy singing. I miss him too. He's a great singer, great dancer. Tito Dope, great dancer as well. I do miss seeing everybody on the weekend. I miss going to Family Day on Sundays. I have to admit, I miss taking the kids, going to Family Day, going to Grandma's and cooking every Sunday. Alright, so let me go around the horn. I got 119 thumbs ups. Thank y'all very much for those thumbs ups here on the stream. I got 1 thumbs down. Thank you very much. I'll take it. Give me a thumbs up, thumbs down. I'm not telling you which way to vote. The Google squirrels just want you to take some type of action. Thank y'all very much for the super chat that's come in. I think I put both those on the screen. And again, the current weather conditions here in the mountains overlooking Subic Bay. I might as well just say Subic Bay, right next to Subic Bay. Cloudy, no rain, light breeze. That's looking out my window right there. So I still think it was a good call not to send my daughter to school this morning. I don't know if they officially called her school or not. Maybe the rest of them are in school. And just due to the uncertainty, especially with the brownout. Okay, there's a brownout, it's raining right now, that's it. Just call it. And then you get a halfway decent day. You can't win them all. Let's see, yeah, KC, I'm not tracking on that incident. I'll have to look it up after the stream. Okay, keep that up there. Again, that's your rainfall. So if you live here in the Philippines, you save them 3 links down in the description, and you'll know what's going on with the weather. The meat and potatoes. You got all that information there in this site. You don't got to search nothing. It just automatically comes up. Now, not with the lightning strikes, but it automatically comes up into this graphic. 1 click, you're looking at the lightning strikes as well. That one tells you about the typhoons. And that one tells you about the rainfall. So it looks like the lightning is still sort of creeping our way. We're somewhere in here. We're in that general vicinity right there. You can see that the wind is headed straight towards us. So this line of showers right here should get blown pretty much straight towards us with all this lightning activity in the middle of it. But that's just speculating like Ron Burgundy. Speculate, Ron, speculate. Yeah, we got some. We intend on Douglas. We intend on doing some camping trips. I just got to start getting everything lined back up. I mean, number one, we don't have any camping gear anymore. Gave it all away to our boat crew when we left. Doing flies. Flies trying to get my parasol. There you go. Had a small towel, didn't even realize it. Could have put over my parasol. Lane's Way, thank you very much for that big thumbs up. Go around the horn. Looks like I'm still good to go on Twitch. No problem over on Twitch with the platform and the technology. No go on the Facebook, never connected. It was working just fine. It was working just fine. The last one was on the 7th, and then for some reason it quit working. Instagram, gotta fix that. And I gotta check this Kick. Let me see if I'm still good to go over on Kick. Oh yeah, looks like I'm up on Kick. Great video quality. Okay, so shout out to Rusty. Thank you very much for being over there on Kick. I got, looks like the Snowman. Got several folks over there chatting from Kick. Too cool. Again, this is my first live stream on Kick. I don't know much about it, but I will figure it out. Again, out of all these platforms, that was the easiest to make the account and to actually plug it in and go live. It was just too easy. There we go. If you're just joining us, Typhoon Bavi still marching northwest. The projected track to go just north of Taipei. And then right before it hits mainland China, it'll be downgraded into a severe tropical storm. It'll lose its typhoon status. For all of us sitting here on Luzon, looks like we've definitely got some rain coming our way, with some lightning going on as well, according to this graphic, which is put out by Pagasa. All right, so Mike says Twitch is for broadcasting, watching video games, esports, tournaments, creative arts, music, and casual conversations. Yeah, like I said, I don't know the difference. What's what's the difference between Twitch and Kick? I don't know. Yep, this live stream has successfully destroyed another typhoon. Yeah, ain't that right? Hey Hob, how you doing? Checking in from Sweden. Folks, every time I try to do a storm reporting, like I imagine being out in the elements, getting blown around, I'm reporting live from this typhoon, the typical sensational reporter with their umbrella getting blown all over the place. I haven't had that opportunity yet. Every time I fire up these live streams to cover the typhoons, they turn out to be a big nothing burger. All of them. Which is a good thing. And I'm going to knock on wood to make sure they keep continuing to do that. So every time I fire up a live stream, it's like y'all said yesterday, I'm a typhoon repellent. And I'm quite okay with it. So somebody mentioned, hey, this series was as drawn out as the Strait of Hormuz and all that stuff going on. Well, when the typhoon's coming your way, all you can do is cover it day by day if you want ground truth what's going on. You cover it day by day, ground truth what's going on, what I'm thinking, what we're doing to prepare. Are we leaving? Are we bugging out? What are we doing? So the first stream, that's real life. It's coming our way, but it's supposed to turn. And now here we are on the tail end. It turned. We're good to go as of right now. With some heavy rain coming in from the southwest monsoon. Massive Blaster says I could at least wear a rain jacket for the broadcast. That would bring some drama. It would bring some context. Is that the word? Other than my graphic up there, don't really put you in the mindset that this is a storm coverage live stream. But I mean, really it is. There's the ground truth conditions, weather conditions here near Subic Bay. But it don't seem like it's a huge storm going on. It doesn't seem that there's a typhoon just went by or that there's monsoon rains coming. Those are the current conditions. That's all I can do. All I can do is report the current conditions. And it just seems like every time I do my reporting, there ain't nothing going on. There ain't nothing happening. KC says I should be wearing a Ron Burgundy blazer. Now I might be able to pull that off for the next one. Now, I got a brown blazer. It's not like Ron Burgundy's, but it's a corduroy. Y'all seen it before. It's brown corduroy blazer. Maybe I'll make that my new uniform for all my live stream reporting. But I ain't got no air conditioner here, so you start putting on a shirt and a blazer, I might have to do a little sweating. But I could fix that. I get Big Pumpkin to bring her wash tub in here and put a couple things of ice and fill it up with water, put my feet in it. I sit here all day wearing a 3-piece suit. Be nice and cool. Yeah, I got some more activity going on over there in Iran. I won't get off the topic. We'll stay in the storm coverage. But obviously everybody's aware there's some action going on over there now. Let's see, Kel's putting some info up there. And then response by Maximus. All right, well, I'm gonna stay on the storm coverage. Y'all talk about what you want to, but if I start talking about Iran, man, we'll hijack the whole thing. And with that said, looks like I got some rain coming in. I hear a little bit of rain popping on the old tin roof. Got a little bit of activity. Let me swap over to the cow and the goat cam. See if we see any cows or goats. Yeah, it looks like we got chickens running for the hills. I don't know if y'all caught that, but it had some roosters and chickens running to the right. Like to the left is the open field. To the right is, the homestead. So when you see animals running to the right, it means heavy rain. You see that chicken right there? He's headed for the tree line. He's headed for the hills, which indicates rain. That's one of my scientific weather instruments here at my weather station. Then back to technology. What are you to believe? You want to believe the technology or my roosters, goats, and cows? When they run to the right, it's coming a heavy rain. Guaranteed. Master Blaster says, but there ain't no storm. It's the Truman Show. Sometimes that's, it's exactly what we're doing here, right? A little slice of the Truman Show. What was crazy about that show was that it seemed like the whole world was tuned in, right? And this is reality. It's the reality of the entertainment game. The whole world was tuned into that show. And at the end, when things fell apart, like the last scenes where people are all glued to the screen, and then when it was over, everybody just goes back to what they're doing. Yesterday's news. You know what I mean? They had the whole world had their attention. But just like that, the whole world puts their attention somewhere else. Let's see. Zapata Cox 42. Thank you very much for keeping us in your prayers. Certainly appreciate you. Night Owl, how are you? Okay, so Night Owl has a report. Dark clouds, medium rain in the Zamboanga and Mindanao. Okay. Sort of what's going on here. Just a little bit of rain going on. Very light wind. Nothing too much happening here so far. And John says, hee haw. Man, I love that show. Love watching Hee Haw. The kids, Big Pumpkin, watched a lot of episodes of Hee Haw. I grew up watching Hee Haw, but I made them watch a bunch of episodes too. Yeah, I could go for a hamburger from Dairy Queen's, French fries. But I got my panty saw. Yeah, Brad. I like that movie too. The darn flies. I put a towel over my panda saw. The flies got under the panda saw trying to get my panda saw. Starts coming to rain like this, got a million flies out on the carport. Y'all notice that Big Pumpkin has not offered nor opened the door to try to bring me a hot coffee during this stressful storm reporting with this typhoon. And I'm almost out of RC, Big Pumpkin. You could start firing up that coffee about right now. Let's see, I laughs. Do we still think he's playing 3D chess? Well, I certainly hope so. I certainly hope so. All warfare is based on deception. Alright, so just like that, the rain subsided already. Just light rain here on the beautiful Subic Bay, my friends. And I guess Kenny tried to make that run down to Longapo. Man, no big deal. No big deal. It's not raining hard enough to flood anywhere right now. Lanes away. Off topic, says he met a beautiful Filipina at my local grocery store today, right outside of Tampa. Large population of Philippine folks here. She is joining me. All right. Well, that's good news, my friend. Good news. That's good to hear. Let me know if she's got any friends that want to talk to old single dad. I'm available. I'm single and ready to mingle. Let's see, Holden Falcon Reggae, how are you? Thank you very much, and big shout out from New Zealand. Joanne and Waka, thank y'all very much for tuning in, my friends. Hope the weather's doing good down there in New Zealand. And feel free to give us a weather report. How is the weather there? And John Man says Big Pumpkin is probably taking a nap. There's a very strong possibility with this rain that she is taking a nap right now. Very strong possibility. Let's see. Guapo says he needs to take Tampa Filipina to Jollibee in Jacksonville. There you go. There you go. The power of Jollibee. The power of the branding of Jollibee. The force is strong with Jollibee. I mean, it's just how else do you describe it? It's like a force. The Force. Star Wars. I asked Big Pumpkin the other night. I said, well, why do you get so excited if you go to Jollibee and all you get is a chicken leg and rice? A piece of fried chicken and rice. They get so excited. And like, we'll have fried chicken. Say she cooked fried chicken that night. You got a rice cooker, you got a piece of fried chicken. And if you say, hey, you want to go to Jollibee? They perk up. Huh? There's no coffee?
Wala.
Wala.
Oo.
Well, you didn't cook me breakfast. I had to just eat pandesal.
Oh, I spent 50 pesos in your pandesal.
Yeah, but you didn't give me no jelly.
Nilasan.
Ain't no jelly around here.
Come on, let's go.
All right, well, when you get a chance, y'all could probably bring me a cup of coffee.
Give me money, ba?
Boom.
Wala. I buy. That's the last. The money is in the pandesal.
If a Filipina says, give me money, I hear this ringing in my ears. It goes, boom. I can't hear nothing for 30 minutes.
Go to your auntie.
Can't hear nothing. Baby, can you see that I'm trying to do some serious storm reporting here?
Give me money, babe.
I'm not giving you no money. I can't hear.
So do not say ako, babe.
It's okay to surprise me, Big Pumpkin.
I don't have to.
It's okay to surprise me with a coffee. Lock. You didn't lock the door. You didn't lock the door. Can't even get a cup of coffee these days. I know how to fix the situation. Just put my cooler here with about 36 crazy Carabao craft beers, double IPA over ice, and then I don't gotta ask Big Pumpkin for anything. I reach down into my cooler, pull out a cold beer, pop the top, and just keep right on going. What's the world coming to? Having to ask for a cup of coffee? My gosh. Man, I used to, when my drink got down to about 55%, I had a lady coming and filling it up. They never let that drink get below 55%. Now, do you see Big Pumpkin coming in here, bringing me a drink? Huh. Yeah, she heard the word Jollibee rolled in here. Yeah, so back to talking about Jollibee. She can have a piece of fried chicken sitting there and rice cooker full of rice, and you say, "Hey, you want to go to Jollibee?" I mean, like, it just comes alive. When you take them to Jollibee, a chicken and rice. Should be okay with that. I'm like, look, you just had a whole plate of fried chicken and a rice cooker full of rice at the house. We'll go to Jollibee, order chicken and rice. I can understand if they went with the hamburger, spaghetti, french fries, which she will eat that. But the majority of the Filipinas that, in my experience, that I take to Jollibee, what do they order? Chicken leg and rice. Chicken and rice. That's it. Like, we got chicken and rice at the house. We just left there. Hamburger, we don't have at the house. Fries, we don't have. Spaghetti, I can understand it if that's what you order. But you will literally have fried chicken sitting there with a rice cooker full of rice, and they'll go to Jollibee and order a chicken and rice. I don't get it. Exactly. Night out. My wife only had Jollibee on a birthday or special occasion as a child. Maybe that's why it's special for some folks. Exactly. And that's what she was trying to explain to me. She said, just a couple nights ago or last night, whenever we're talking about it, he said, you know, if you get to go to Jollibee, it means you have money. It means you have some money. And I said, well, to me that doesn't make sense. Different perspectives. Follow me here for a minute. I said, to me that doesn't make money because it's the cheapest fast food place. I said, if we went to Wendy's, then you would look in there and say, oh, everybody in Wendy's has got money because Wendy's is more expensive. You got to have big money to go to Wendy's. So her perspective is probably the same as your wife. When she was a child, the only time they went to Jollibee was special occasions or when somebody won the chicken at the chicken fights. And so it's that special, those special memories, I guess, that make it so important. But from my perspective, it was that don't make sense. If you're rich and you got money, you'd be over at Wendy's. So just differences in perspective. But what will frustrate you, it does frustrate you when you try to take folks out to different restaurants, different food types, and they will always just try to order chicken and rice. Piece of fried chicken and rice. Y'all can go back to that video I did down there when I took Grandma and everybody out to eat hamburgers. Took them to eat hamburgers and fries. What'd they order? They're trying to get Filipino food. They're trying to get a piece of chicken and some rice. It's frustrating, and you realize that all the folks in my life, they have not been culinary adventurous, as I put it. They want their food prepared exactly the way they want it, that it's always been. Don't deviate, because you're not going to impress anybody. Just let them get the chicken and rice, and you'll scratch your head like, we're in an Italian place or a Mexican food place. Chicken and rice. This way it is. See, Mr. Gary says we need DJT to stabilize the Cuba situation so we can get the cigar supply stabilized. Man, I'm fresh out of cigars myself. Fresh out of pipe tobacco, too. A bad need of a resupply here. I had Big Pumpkin and Janice bring me some tobacco from the market. But usually when they bring the tobacco, it's just dried tobacco leaves, and then they'll bring the leaves from the lumboy tree to roll them up in, right? So one of those cigarettes is 2 ingredients: tobacco and a lumboy leaf. That's the wrapper, right? But they brought back like 2 plugs. It was like 2 plugs of chewing tobacco. I'm like, So I dried it out to try to turn it into pipe tobacco, and I guess it didn't work real well. You can't get the stuff to burn. It won't stay lit. I got to get some pipe tobacco. Okay, so Guapo says he went to the Jollibee in Jacksonville, but they don't sell tuna pie over here. Usually when I go to Jollibee, I just drink a Coke and eat the little fried mango pies. Those are delicious. Richard, thank you very much. Thanks for tuning in. Jeff, yeah, I got no coffee on this global broadcast. King B, how you doing, my friend? So my friend took us out for dinner at the Italian restaurant at Ayala Mall. Both Filipinas ordered chicken and rice. Us Americans ordered Italian food. That's exactly what will happen. That's what's happened to me on pretty much every occasion. And again, it's frustrating because, not that I'm trying to tell anybody what to eat, but you want to share new things with folks who have never experienced that. You know, okay, you've never been to a real Italian restaurant. Let me take you there and let you experience Italian food or Mexican food. And they go there and they want chicken and rice. They're not interested in being culinary adventurous. That's my experience with all the Filipinos who have filtered through my life. And it was, you know, this one's been with me a long time, and she has some things that she likes from time to time. But like my Thai wife, she would eat anything. She looked forward, hey, let's go to the Italian place. Okay, let's go. And she would try everything. It doesn't matter. Whatever I ordered on the menu, she was going to try it. She was going to eat it. Now, she might not like it, but she was going to try it. She was very culinary adventurous. But Big Pumpkin is not. Just give them chicken and rice. Like back when I got so frustrated with her and Helen of Troy back in the day. I got so frustrated with them, you know, trying to go out to eat all the time with this chicken and rice issue, that finally I just said, you know what? Y'all go out and eat, and I will go out and eat where I want to eat, and then we don't got to argue about this. Pretty much every day, where did they go? Mang Inasal. They went to Mang Inasal every day. I go down to Tequila Reef. We never had any debates or disputes about what food. They went and got what they wanted. I went and got what I wanted. Everybody was happy. And then that's when Big Pumpkin's doctor told her she was getting too big. And I said, yeah, because she goes to Hmong Inasal every day, eats that only rice. Anyhow, another story. Photo Dave, how you doing? See Jesse checking in from California. All right, John, man, thank you. Yeah, you know, and this is like dangerous to say, but I have an opinion. I'm not a Jollibee fan. I know that's sort of going against the national culture, but I got opinions like anybody else. My favorite here in the PI is Hmong Inasal. Absolutely delicious food, but it's always crowded. It's always hard to get a table. That's why I don't eat there more often. It's just difficult to get a table. They don't mind waiting in line or waiting for a table. I'm not down with that. So if you've never tried Hmong Inasal, I highly recommend that. I like Hmong Inasal, but I'm not a Jollibee fan. £1 of Red River pipe tobacco makes almost 3 cartons of smokes, $18 a bag. And the Hawaiian burger from Jollibee. Our favorite fast food here, and again, it's more money, it's a little more expensive, but it is Wendy's. Even Big Pumpkin loves Wendy's. Now Wendy's is more expensive, but you're talking about, like, you put all the other fast food places in the same category, but you'd have to put, in my opinion, you put Wendy's in like a higher category. It's not like the normal fast food. It's just a step above, more deliciousness, a little bit more money. But if we had a choice, our first choice would be to go to Wendy's. All right, folks, if you're just joining us, I'm sitting here in right next to Subic Bay. You want to know the weather conditions here on Subic Bay? There you go. Clouds rolling in, 0 rainfall right now. We've just had scattered showers coming and going. Winds are light, just light winds. Warming up a bit now. You know, it's midday here. But that's your weather conditions from Subic Bay. We kept the kids home from school. There was a brownout this morning. But as far as the weather is concerned, everybody here is fine. Everybody here on Subic Bay should be doing well. But if you do look at this graphic, we have a line of showers headed our way with a lot of lightning embedded in that weather, what do you call it? Weather pattern? Not weather pattern. Anyhow, those line of showers right here is headed this direction. As you can see, the wind, the wind pattern there, it's coming our way, and there's lightning all embedded in it. If this app put out by Pagasa is accurate. There you go. All right, and then I'll take the time to go back over, because folks, on these long streams, you got people that pop in for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You have to keep going back over the information because people pop in and pop out. This is the latest issued by Pagasa track and intensity forecast. So again, it's headed to the north of Taipei, at least the eye, and prior to making landfall in China, looks like it's going to get downgraded to a severe tropical storm. Let's go to the rainfall under weather advisory number 16. Due to the Typhoon Bavi, going to get a bunch of rain today, and then due to the southwest monsoon. Okay, you got to look on there and see where you're at. I'm in Zambales, so it means today until tomorrow, noon to noon, we're looking at 50 to 100 millimeters of rain. And then tomorrow until Sunday at noon, that doubles. Well, it goes from 50 to 100 to 100 to 200. And then the same on Sunday to Monday. So all that makes sense. All of that information corresponds with what we're looking at here. I mean, there's what it appears, some heavy rain and thunderstorms heading this way. We're just waiting on it to get here, and then all this mess coming behind it. So what does that mean for me? I'm just speculating that probably, the kids will be out of school on Monday as well, if I had to guess. That's purely speculation. Okay, no lightning here yet. No lightning here yet. It's actually, the sky is getting lighter. Let me go over there and show you. Now I got the top level of ND on there. So like looking out the window, I think it's a lot brighter than looking at the screen. The sun is starting to peek its head out right now. So like if you stepped outside right now, you got sunshine on your head, no rain, just clouds moving in. If you didn't know these storms were on the way, you'd say, beautiful weather out there, no problem, it's just a cloudy day. Here's looking in the other direction. Like I said, I got to put a different camera there where you can see the cows and the goats in the background. But according to what we're looking at right here, it's the calm before the storm. I'm not sure how long it's going to take that line to get here with all that lightning in it. But I would probably guess that once that gets here, that'll be the end of my stream. I may go ahead and shut her down beforehand, but once all that activity gets here, it's probably going to be another brownout. There was a 2-hour brownout this morning. Yeah, there you go. Would you call that a storm front? A storm front's coming in. And then talking about fast food. Yeah, no free refills here. The only place where I got the free refill, KFC, does have free refills of gravy. Check out the video. I didn't believe it. Was it Cheryl told me on the chat that KFC had free refills of gravy? Did not believe it. Went to KFC, sure enough, get over there and pump that thing much as you want. Much as gravy as you want. Yeah, there you go. Storm front or storm system. Thank y'all very much for the terminology. Did I mention I'm not a meteorologist? I just play one here on YouTube. And don't let the uniform fool you. Yeah, ain't nothing free here in the PI. Except that gravy at KFC. Yeah, olive oil is much better, but it's expensive. Guess it goes back to one of them things about how much is your life worth. It don't change the fact that olive oil is expensive. I would love to cook everything in olive oil, but it's expensive. I saw they were talking about how many types of olive oils aren't real olive oil, or the mix, how much they mix in there. So I don't know which olive oils to buy that are real anyhow. All right, is it my imagination, or does it look like the lightning strikes are getting closer to the coast there? Look like the lightning strikes are getting closer to Manila. Well, there's one over the top of Manila. But that storm system looks like it's creeping up. I'll tell you what, for good measure, let's refresh the screen. Make sure nothing gets hung up there, and we go down to lightning, click the 10-minute lightning. Yeah, it's getting closer. So no doubt there's some inclement weather coming our way. It's headed our way. All kind of lightning in that storm system headed straight for us. Yeah, Fatima, you better tell Joy Joy if she's coming, they better get the Jeep. I mean, it's still got several hours, but okay, Mike says McDonald's has free gravy here too. Let's see, lanes away. Let's see, can I get a proper shout out from Takuya Arnold, working hard here in South Florida. Takuya and Cano trucking it through. All right, big shout out to Takuya Arnold, man. Hope you're doing well there in South Florida. I used to live in South Florida too. Had some good times down there. So hope y'all are doing well. Yeah, Kev, there's too much confusion on olive oil. Too much, I don't know what to believe and what not to believe. They say these brands are good, these brands aren't real olive oil. You don't know. When I look at olive oil now, I'm questioning it. Is this real olive oil? How do I know? Yeah, Guapo, I did a video on that honey. Don't believe the honey here. Don't believe the honey. You have to check out that video, but make a long story short, don't believe it here. I won't buy any honey made here. That's me. It's got to be imported from somewhere else. Don't trust it. Let's see, Mark Birthday, how are you? Hopefully the lightning strikes are negative charge, not positive. Which is it? Well, you see, I got no idea. I have no idea. It's a good question, but I'm not a meteorologist. I have no idea. Maybe that's the difference between the yellow and the pink on the graphic. I don't know. But a good question. And a good question is, which ones are yellow, which ones are pink? What does that mean? I haven't figured that out yet. But looking at the graph, all I can tell you is it looks like a lightning storm and heavy rain is on my way. It's on our way. It's coming here. That's all I can deduce from this graphic. Well, with the bulletin too that says I'm about to get a bunch of rain between now and Monday at noon. Gotta put this microphone up here, give my hand a break. There we go. And as you can see, okay, My forehead's starting to get a little shiny. That means the temperature is up. I might start sweating here in the middle of this live stream. My goodness. The big pumpkin has not come in here to say, can I get you a cold towel? Do you need my wash tub full of water with some ice to put your feet in to cool off? Nope. Not even close. Can't even get a cup of coffee. Yeah, so the temperature's picking up a bit. Obviously it's what, 12:30 midday now. So I could use some more rain to come in here, cool things off. Yeah, I'd love to have me some good blue cheese dressing right now. Yeah, so much fake food going around. Fake food, fake video, fake audio. What's the world coming to? Did that video, said I'm not interested in AI. I'm never going to use AI. I love it. People keep hitting me. You're going to use AI for what? What am I going to use AI for? Let me just ask you a simple question, okay? I barbecue my chicken wings on a charcoal grill. How is AI going to help me? Or why would I need AI or a computer program to help me barbecue chicken wings on my charcoal grill? Don't worry, I'll wait. You let me know. Something that I do on a daily basis most of the time. Not all the time, but every other day at least, we barbecue. How the hell is AI gonna help me barbecue some chicken wings? Let's see, Oliver. I got a question about the hospitals here. How is it? Man, that's a whole separate video and discussion. Maybe I'll fire up a live stream and discuss that. So the answer is yes. Throughout the years, I've got various experiences going to the hospital here. We're all still here. We're all still alive and well. But I guess I'll answer it in this manner. If you're looking to have any elective surgery or you need something done, go to Thailand. There you go. All right. And we're looking at that, what we call it, storm system or storm front coming this way. It's almost getting danger close. But look out my window. Look out the window. Now you can see a lot of patches of sun. I mean, I think it's actually brighter than it is on your screen. But if you didn't know that storm was coming this way, you would just go about everyday life. No problem. So if you got family here in the Subic Bay area, as of right this moment, the weather is fine. I think I can accurately say that. Right at this moment, the weather is fine. However, we got a storm front coming this way, according to this app from Pagasa, with lightning strikes in it, coming straight for Luzon. Well, not just Luzon, but the lightning I think the majority of the lightning is concentrated right there. It is coming toward Luzon. Let me pull this up and we'll see what's behind it. Oh my goodness. Wow. I guess I should have pulled that up a little higher to start with. So as Typhoon Bavi heads out towards Taiwan, the PI has got this southwest monsoon with a bunch of lightning in it headed this way. So there you go. Man, I should have pulled that up a little bit sooner. Yeah, David, we're still here, my friend. Still here. Weather here is fine. But we got some inclement weather inbound. Yeah, man. Nothing wrong with a table dance and a hot pocket. What a good combination. Old Hippie 420 on the scene. What's going on, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Making the assumption you're in Chicago. Let's see, Mark Birthday says hopefully you're charging everything that needs charged ahead of time before a major brownout. And you got the motorcycle filled up with fuel. Yeah, I would say yes on all accounts. We got the water topped off, the water jug's filled up. Fatima's washing machine, I filled her up yesterday at the gas station. She's topped off. Oh, and by the way, just some numbers, right? I filled her up last week, and I think last week I think it took 500 pesos. It topped it off. I mean, just on the money. And then yesterday, I put 400 pesos in her. So we spent about 400 pesos worth of fuel in 1 week. And we went a lot of places. And I don't know how much, the tank is over 7 liters. I think it's a 2-gallon tank. Anyhow. So I spent 400 pesos in 1 week in Fatima's washing machine, the Yamaha. Just a little tidbit of information there. Okay, St. Luke's Medical Center is ranked as the #1 in the PI. Yeah, I hear nothing but good things about St. Luke's, but I don't think I've ever been there. Or been by there. I know I haven't had any experience there, but I hear a lot about St. Luke's. It's mostly positive. Diciembre, how are you? Yeah, I had a 2-hour brownout this morning already, and with all this lightning headed this way, you make the assumption there's going to be some brownouts with all the rain. But again, we're prepared. We're living here in this environment. We're basically always prepared, because you never know when there's going to be a brownout. You never know when it's going to be heavy rains, especially during the rainy season or typhoon season. So unless the eye is like coming right over your head, how much do we do different other than just those basic things to prepare that we're already prepared for? All right, so Old Hippie just got home. Yes, in Chicago. Had to work until midnight. Well, man, hope you had a good shift. Not sure if you're putting a lot of OT or that's your normal shift. But you know, I don't mind working till like midnight or 2, somewhere in there where you can still get home and sleep. But the last time I worked night shift, where I got off at 6:30 in the morning, I could handle the shift, no problem. Just couldn't sleep during the day. It's like for 5 days a week, I was a zombie. Only time I slept was on the weekends. And nowadays, I can still party. I can still stay up all night, party for days, but it's a long time to recover. I could not work. I don't think I could work the night shift anymore. I could still work till 2 in the morning, till 3, no problem. You put me on the night shift, getting off at 6:30 in the morning, I couldn't handle that anymore. Yeah, I'm still working on a name for the Yamaha. It hasn't really come to me yet. Yeah, throughout the years, we've talked about those battery backups. What they call it, Blue Eddy. It was a Blue Eddy, EcoFlow. But again, we move around, and anything heavy and expensive, it don't make sense to pick up right now. You know what I mean? I bought bamboo furniture. That way, we decide to move, I give it away to the neighbors. I got some nice gear that's heavy like that. What am I going to do with it? If we ever settle down somewhere, folks, I'll start kitting out a place with all that solar and battery backup and all that good stuff. But truth be told, I do need one of those. With all that said, I do need one of those battery backups. Yes, I do. Let's see, Brad says AI can make a different type of flare to your thumbnails. Yeah, it's just not for me. It's just not for me. I mean, the thumbnails I make them myself. I usually just do a screen grab, and sometimes I'll put, my face or a person or big pumpkin from another screen grab. They're all real photos. I'm just putting it together on Photoshop. And when you look at these thumbnails all day, you can tell exactly when a thumbnail is AI. And I just look at it like it's AI slop. It's like lazy, cheat. There's too many elements. All of this AI, if you look at a thumbnail, it will have every pixel filled. So count elements, like a person's an element, a title's an element, background's an element. An AI thumbnail will have 50 something elements that would take a person forever to do. There's so much junk crammed in there, it immediately screams to me AI slop. And if you're into making PowerPoints like I used to be in the grind, remember when you would go to a meeting and there was always a saying, if you have to start your slide off by saying, I know this is a busy slide, but the slide's got too much information on it. And you know that guy in there, right? Who would show up with all this shit on his slide, and that's how he started. I know this is a busy slide, guys, but, and then you got to listen to his ass for 20 minutes. Like, dude, everybody else has got to brief their slides too. You got too much shit up there. That's the way I look at these AI thumbnails. It's just a busy PowerPoint slide that nobody wants to look at, nobody wants to listen to, because it's already too busy and you lost me. And if you look at these thumbnails long enough, you can tell exactly what program, because they all look the same. The whole thing is filled. They're using white text that goes into gold. There's a lot of darkness in it. Why? Because that's what the program has been told to do. Garbage in, garbage out. You look at them long enough, you know exactly which ones are AI. All right, let's see. Let's see, Guapo gets off at 11 p.m. Yeah, no problem there. No problem with 11 p.m. Long as I can get into bed before that sun starts coming up. Okay, old hippie loves second shift, sleeps till noon. There you go, yeah. You don't got to set an alarm. Second shift, what a great lifestyle. Ah, when I worked third shift, I got off 7 a.m., went to the store, bought some booze. Lady says, the guy's buying whiskey at 7 a.m., he must be an alcoholic. Yeah. Yeah. I used to enjoy working midnights, the job, but I did not overall like it because I couldn't sleep. Okay, let me refresh the screen over here. Let's see if these lightning bolts are getting any closer to me here. And again, if you want to see this, you just go down to the description and click the link. It'll just take you to the same view. And then if you want to see the lightning, you got to go down and click the 10-minute lightning. And there you go. Yeah, so the way it's looking, you zoom in, no, let's zoom out. Zoom in here.
Still have water?
Huh?
Still have water?
Yeah, I got water, but ain't got no coffee.
I cannot open the gate also. Oh, you're the only one. No, open the gate.
The wheel broke on the gate. The gate's heavy, so it takes some guns to open the gate. She can't open the gate. But I asked her before I started the stream, you want me to open the gate or close the gate? Because I said, once I start streaming, I'm not going out there and rustling that gate. Okay, so as we zoom in, definitely we're on the short clock here before this system hits us. And a lot of lightning in that system. Current weather here on the beautiful Subic Bay, cloudy, 0 on the rainfall with 0 to 1 kilometer per hour winds. It's really not much going on here. You can see the chickens in the background, maybe a goat or two. Everybody's just chilling. Again, once you see the chickens and the goats run to the right and head for the hills, that's when the rain's coming. But that's current conditions here at Subic Bay. And then this is what's coming our way. So I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this graphic up there and I'm going to take a short break. Go open the gate for Big Pumpkin where she can get me some coffee. So I'll put that little thing up there. And also check this out. Okay, watch this. Boom! I'm going to turn the microphone off. And I will be back with you fine folks in about 10 minutes. Keep the chat going. If anybody wonders what's happening, just tell them to read the sign there. I'll be right back with you. Yeah, okay, folks, I'm back. Man, I had to get a t-shirt on. It's starting to warm up here in the studio. Get a better focus here. Focus. There we go. Lock that in. All right, so still no rain here on the beautiful Subic Bay. Just got clouds rolling in. Not even much of a breeze. All right, so that's current weather conditions here. But let me show you what's coming our way. Right there. Got a storm system headed this way with a lot of lightning embedded in it. So I opened the gate for Big Pumpkin. Rustled that gate open. Told her to go get me some coffee. I said, you might as well get whatever you need, because once this storm system gets here, ain't nobody gonna want to go out in that. Fix my hair there. All right, looks like we're still up on Twitch. Let me go over and check on, what's the other one there? Kick. So hold on, I gotta take that thing off. Take my sign down that says I'm taking a short break. There we go, right there. Let me go check on Kick, see if I'm still up on that platform. Oh yeah, looks like I'm still broadcasting strong on both Twitch and Kick. So that is too awesome there. All right, folks. So we've pretty much, I know the title there says Typhoon Bavi storm coverage. But let me just show you where Typhoon Bavi is. Okay, it's still on the path to go north of Taiwan, north of Taipei. So that's not what I'm worried about at this point where I'm sitting. I'm not worried about Bavi no more. I'm worried about this storm system that's approaching from the southwest with all of this lightning in it. Okay, so let's see. You got Manila here. We're sitting about right in this area. So we're going to be hit somewhere by this part right here, it looks like. Lots of lightning strikes. And again, if you want to know where I'm getting this graphic, the link is in the description. It's from Pagasa. The website's panahan.gov.ph. Like a local version of Windy. So there you go. That's what I'm waiting on to get here. But again, if I didn't know this was coming, I would just say, man, it's a gorgeous day. Just a gorgeous cloudy day. No problems. No problems. Other than the 2-hour brownout this morning. But you know, that might not have anything to do with the weather, because we have brownouts about once a week anyhow. So there you go right there. That's the current weather conditions here on the beautiful Subic Bay. And we'll put that back up there. I need to take down my little sign. I gotta figure out a way how those signs follow the graphic.
Oh,
Yeah, Big Pumpkin coming in here. Baby, sit it right over here. Can you make a cameo appearance? Everybody wants you to be the weather girl, Big Pumpkin.
the weather today is.
Come on over here, set it over here.
Shit.
Easy, no cursing on my weather show. Come on, sit it down right here. Alright, now look, pretend that the wall back there is a weather map and you just point to things, right? Now, baby, can you bend down? All they can see is the breast. There you go, right there. Just point to. I'm trying to train you how to be a weather girl. Hey, she just ate one of my panty saw. Okay, well you get points for delivering the coffee. You failed on the weather girl training, and then you ate one of my panda saw. Okay, buy the pork and sayote. Here, take this out of here. Here. See, she's not much of a weather girl. I don't think she's weather girl material. But you know what? At least the old girl brought me some coffee. Thank you very much. No, it's not real coffee. It's what they call 3-in-1 here. It's like hot chocolate with a coffee-like flavor. Because not only am I out of... Is this a good thing or a bad thing? I'm out of real coffee. I'm out of cigars. And I'm out of pipe tobacco. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, for me, it's a bad thing. It may be a good thing. Fucking nicotine and caffeine. But what's going to kill you quicker? The nicotine and the caffeine or this fake coffee-like stuff? Back over to your comments, my friends. A little bit of wind picking up, but it's still got blue skies poking through. It's crazy weather. Okay, so let's go up here. Rokon checking in from Montana. Yeah, how's the weather in Montana? Folks, I love Montana. Went there 2020. I was there in the summer. Briefly, it was so beautiful. And long story short, well, let's just stick to the point. I was there for New Year's Eve last year, 2 years ago. And it was so cold. Oh my goodness. And I was at Times Square in Great Falls, Montana. There's a Times Square. That's where I spent New Year's Eve. I did a video, said I'm in Times Square. Everybody yak me for being in New York and this. No, there is a Times Square, Great Falls, Montana. That's where I spent New Year's Eve. And it was so cold, my goodness. But in the summer, oh my gosh, how beautiful is that place. Let's see, iLaugh says, so is Janice pissed or something she's not around? No. Her husband's here on leave. So she's obviously spending time with her husband. Okay, Big Pumpkin. Baby, is everybody decent where I can do a camera angle that way or what? Okay, folks. Can I shoot the camera that way? Everybody's got clothes on? Okay, here we go. So I'll show you the camera angle. There goes Maria and Mercedes. They're headed out to the Sorry store to do something. There's the Big Pumpkin. There's Forrest G. And there's a goat. Not one of my goats, a neighborhood goat. We got free-range goats here. They like sleeping outside my gate at night for some reason. But the good thing about these goats versus her village is that these goats stay on the outside. Now, if I let them under the carport, they'll sleep under the carport. But down at her village, you got goats among you. You got goats up on the cooking table. Goats in the house. That's too close. I like the way it is here. Goats stay out in the pasture. They come through, eat the mangoes off the road. We have that separation, that space. Where in her village, there's really no separation. You're living with the goats. Does that make any sense? Here, I appreciate the goats. You got baby goats walking around, kittens, puppies. Kids love it here. But I don't have a goat jumping up on my barbecue grill. Does that make sense? Yeah, I had to change my break sign to 15 minutes. Hey, I'm sure you get 15-minute breaks when you get breaks, right? I upped it to 15 minutes. Yeah, so back to Janice. Nah, she's straight. Just spending time with her husband. Home on leave. Let's see. Yeah, I think Joy Joy would be a better weather girl. Everybody would obviously enjoy looking at Joy Joy versus Big Pumpkin. She would be very shy, as long as you don't got to talk. But she's very shy as well. I mean, I don't want to say I'm the first foreigner she's ever spent time around, but that's a possibility. Folks, a lot of these folks, they've seen foreigners in passing, but they've never been around them in, as friends or acquaintances or what have you. They're very shy. So it's just the way it is. Damn, I got something from this popping up on my screen here disturbing me. Dang old computers. Yep, the weather girl. I should make her dress up just like them Colombian girls and the Mexican weather girls. Make her get all dudded up and do a full show. Maybe I'll try that this weekend. I'll tell the ladies if they get here, hey, tomorrow y'all got to do her hair, makeup, put a dress on. I don't know if she got any dresses she could still fit into, though. Might be a problem. Yeah, it's a brown coffee-like substance. Yeah, Joy Joy always brings me my exact change, the receipt, everything. Yeah, back when I was in Montana, I was so cold until I got that leather coat at the thrift shop. That leather trench coat. That changed things. If I'd have had that from day one, I wouldn't have been complaining so bad. You obviously have to have the right gear for the environment. I did not have the right gear being there in the winter until I got that leather trench coat, and then I don't want to say toasty, but I was good to go. I could function. I wish I would have picked that up before I went up there, but it was just a thrift shop find. Brand new Wilson leather coat. What did I get it for? $3. A homeless guy was eyeing it. My buddy cut him off at the pass, and I got it. So, still got it. It's in there. That's what you got to have. You got to have something to cut that wind, and that leather coat cuts the wind. Yeah, there's mango trees all over. Mango right here. The mangoes fall in the street. The goats just cruise by, enjoy the mangoes in the street. And you want the goats to eat them, because if the mangoes lay out there and the goats don't eat them, they get a million flies on them. Hey Munchie, how you doing, my friend? My area in Montana had so much rain this year, but at least it's nice and green. All right. Yeah, I tell you, if you've never been up that way, I mean, being Captain Obvious, but going up that way through New Mexico, Colorado, Montana, through Yellowstone, you just talk about planet Earth is just one beautiful place. It is just so beautiful. How do you describe it? But brutal in the winter. Steve checking in from New Zealand. How you doing? Yeah, definitely Carhartt's not the same quality as it was 20 years ago. But again, not many things are. You know, Carhartt sort of quietly eased out of the Made in America. I bought some of their t-shirts years ago that was Made in America, and the thing was so out of whack. I was so excited to get it too. Maybe it's on some of the videos. I got the pants that were Made in America, but the t-shirts I bought were like not even symmetrical, not the right size. They were horrible. Couldn't buy anymore. I was so excited to get it. Got a USA made t-shirt. Nope. You know, I did that video back during the lockdown about Carhartt. You know, gave all my Carhartt shit to the trash man. Now, I did say in that video, I'm not giving up on the brand altogether, but it's like the Boston Tea Party over what they did. I don't want to get into it, but I realized that I still have a couple of their pieces. I gave away some good stuff. My garbage man got some really good Carhartt gear. He's probably still wearing it today. But I still have my brand new jacket that I bought from them. I thought I didn't even realize I had it, but I do have that and a couple other pieces of Carhartt gear left over from before the lockdown era. And I really like that jacket because it was made in Mexico. It wasn't made in China. Yeah, Joy's just very shy. She's just very shy. Now, when the camera's not on her, she's noisy as the rest of them. But you break out the camera or I come around, they just get quiet. Yeah, Big Sky Country, absolutely beautiful up there. All right, let me refresh the screen here. If you're just joining me, the typhoon is north of us, and what I'm looking at right now and what's coming our way is this system. Calling it a system, right? It's raining and Big Pumpkin's out. She's gonna be mad as heck. This system's coming our way. Let me get the lightning data back up. When you refresh the screen, you have to click on the 10-minute lightning data. And is obviously about to crash into Luzon. So it's just kind of crazy that for the most part, the super typhoon missed us. I think it's accurate to say that. The super typhoon missed us. But this southwest monsoon and this system here is about to get pretty nasty. That's just life, right? I'm not sure what happened to Liesel. Well, I can tell you, like when she left hanging out with us, the reason apparently was that she hooked up with some canoe there in Angeles. And last I saw her, actually, she showed up. Well, she was singing at the vid jockey contest. And I think her boyfriend came a couple times, if that's who it was that was sitting with her. So when we were doing the vid jockey contest, as far as I know, she had an American boyfriend. That's the last I heard of her. Haven't heard from her since. But definitely a pretty girl to look at, old Liesel. Some of y'all remember her. Well, so it'll always remain a mystery about my goats that I invested in down in the village. My herd of goats. for those of you who don't know the story. I supposedly invested, I don't even remember how much money I gave to buy these goats. I bought some goats, and then when I started inquiring about the goats, because, goats tend to have babies, you have more goats. So I'm sitting there in my mind thinking, I think I started out with 5, and I'm thinking, well, maybe now I got 10. How many goats I got? I don't know, 7, 8. And the story came down the pipe. This is the story I was told. That a rabid dog came through the village one day, and he mauled the goats. And out of all the goats in the village, he happened to maul my goats. And what were the numbers? Like 3 out of 5 they had to put down immediately and eat the goats, and 2 more got injured. I don't know what the story was, but the story was a rabid dog came through the village and mauled my goats. And the question I have is, why didn't he maul anybody else's goats? Why did he only focus on the Cano? The Cano's herd of goats. And so ever since then, the mystery of the goats, it's one of those things where everybody knows but me. That's it. It's a family secret. It's a family secret. I suspect that probably 20, 30 goats in that village are descendants of my initial investment of 5 goats. And again, everybody knows but this guy. And I always like talking about that first episode. It's the first episode of Yellowstone, I believe. Yellowstone, the TV series. Casey is married to a Native American girl and lives on the reservation. Okay, there's a dispute between folks on the res and Casey's father, the cattleman. There's going to be a fight. And his wife's grandfather, the old Native American guy, comes to him and says, "Take my daughter and my grandson and go home." And he said, "What do you mean? This is my home." He lives there in a trailer. He's like, "You know what I mean." And Casey says, "I've been nothing but a friend to everybody here. If somebody wants to leave, they got to make me." And the old man says, pretty stupid thing to say on the reservation. And he says, let me get the quote right, I might screw it up. He says, "Until they invent a cure for human nature, a man has to stand with his people, and we are not your people." And it's just such a powerful gut punch of reality to the character. And it just really hit home for me because I've had, intercultural relationships. I'm in an intercultural relationship. I've been on these ups and downs with the clash of cultures. And when I saw that scene, I think everybody who's going to enter into an intercultural relationship should really watch that scene and take it to heart. And it basically, to boil down to it, blood is thicker than water. That's it. It's blood is thicker than water. Families over everybody else, the way it should be. But if you really want to know what you're getting into, you watch that first episode of Yellowstone, and you'll learn a lot. And again, to simplify it, blood is thicker than water. But the grandpa put it, just, I don't know, the acting and the emotions of that scene just put me in his shoes. And I don't know the name of the old grandfather, the actor. I'm not sure. Shit, I don't even know Casey's real name. What's his name? Luke something, right? Anyhow, watch the first episode of Yellowstone if you're going to marry and have an intercultural, even interracial relationship. How to get off on that? We're back to talking about this storm system that appears to be coming our way with a lot of lightning embedded in it. But the ground truth conditions here on Subic Bay is just a sprinkling of rain coming and going, light winds, cloudy skies. That's looking out my window facing to the northeast. So it's actually facing away from the bay. But there you go. That's ground truth conditions right there. And that's facing out the front. Not too much going on right now. But this does appear to be the calm before this storm that's coming our way. So we're not out of the woods yet. Typhoon Bavi has moved north. We're well out of 0% of danger from the eye of the storm. It's barreling down on Taiwan. If you're in Taipei, it's coming your way. I didn't mean to rhyme that, it just came out like that. If you're in Taipei, you probably need to be at the house and hunker down, ride this thing out, right? I'm not worried about the eye no more. This is just, I should probably take that off the top and just put storm coverage. And who brought the, I think Kill. I mean, shout out to you, man, for talking about the lightning, because I have no idea why I didn't have this feature turned on, because that's something you want to know. You can put the temperatures and the wind speeds and all that stuff. Okay, all right, so those are like secondary things I really care about, the wind speed, the temperature. But I think right there is the exact view that I want to know. Hey, there's some nasty rain coming my way, and there's lightning with it. So probably in a few hours, I'm going to be under a brownout. Yeah, and just like my other friend said, make sure everything's charged up, ready to go, because that's coming this way. All right, got some more rain coming down. Rain picking up a little bit. There's looking out the front. And that's really my chimney to my charcoal grill. That's really my motorcycle. And that's really the view out my carport there. And that's really the view out my window here. And somebody mentioned earlier it sort of looks like AI, but I assure you, I do not use AI, nor will I ever use AI to fake a video, audio, or images. And it's beyond my scope. I don't even know how to use that shit, but I'm not interested in learning how to use it anyhow. I asked the question earlier, how could any of that stuff, how can a computer program help me barbecue chicken wings on a charcoal grill? And if you can tell me the answer to that, don't worry, I'll wait. It's something I do on a daily basis or every other day. I barbecue on a charcoal grill. Why do I need AI for my charcoal grill? How's that going to help me in my daily life? The answer is it's not. It don't. Photo Dave, we'll see y'all on the next one, my friend. Thank you for tuning in. Alright, KRM says the story of the scorpion and the frog is the same. Can't change a scorpion's nature. Mike says he told my old lady that until I get the truth, not one peso comes out of my pocket. And Rickster says, I've had similar situations with wife's relatives. Whoa, I got rain coming in on the camera. Whoa. Hold on a second, folks. Okay. Alright, I'm back. Got some wind gusts. Blow some of that rain in here horizontal. Camera got a little bit wet, but it didn't reach my operation here. But at some point I may have to close up that window. I have no choice in the matter. Might have some action coming in at this point. Had to change up the angle on the dangle there a little bit. Pull the camera back into the room. But my backup plan, just for the videography, I can close the window, which is tinted, and then I turn the ND filter off. It should be the same effect. Now I can't stop the wind from hitting the glass and making things blurry. But there you go right there. Just as soon as the rain comes, the rain goes away. There's looking back in the opposite direction there. But definitely got some wind picking up. Probably the most wind we've had during this whole ordeal. Which is not much, but it's more than we've had. Okay, I'm gonna keep refreshing this just in case the thing has a glitch and doesn't update itself. We'll refresh the screen. And if you want to see the lightning, you just come down to real-time lightning, click the 10-minute lightning, and there you go. And it doesn't seem to be tracking too well, so I do recommend you keep refreshing the screen if you're looking at this website. Just to be sure. Alright, so pretty much this like that leading edge right there is probably what's going to hit us right in there. That's what's coming my way if I'm reading the map properly. And again, Big Pumpkin went out to go get something for supper to cook, and now she and the kids are caught in this mess. Guess she should have left out earlier. There you go. Got some rain coming down. Now it's starting to look like a storm out there. Starting to look like a proper storm now. And then the second I say that, it goes eerily quiet. That's okay. Okay, back to your comments here. Yeah, I think we all agree that's pretty much the leading edge of it, right? Diciembre, you know, I don't know, like, you know, we get, like I said, we get about a short brownout about a weekly basis, like one a week now. They're just this is a way of life here in a lot of places. Farther out in the province you go, the more brownouts, the more frequent, longer they last. If I remember to put a link, I did a video on it. It's no secret. You can go to the electric company's site and they have a page basically explaining it. The question is, why are there so many brownouts in the Philippines? And the electric company basically explains it. I'll summarize it. There's not enough supply and too much demand, but they go into detail about it. And I was sort of surprised they're sitting there telling on themselves. But in the same sense, if they don't raise awareness to the problem at hand, it's never going to get addressed. So there's an increase in demand. There's not enough supply. And the power plants that are in operation are old, outdated, in need of a ton of maintenance. And so the problem is not going to get better. According to this article, it's only going to get worse because as the plants age, there's going to be less. with the middle class coming up, what do people buy? They buy air conditioners, washing machines, appliances, electrical appliances. So with the rising middle class in any country, your electric usage is going like this because they buy appliances. Where they growing up, they didn't have a washing machine. Growing up, they didn't have a refrigerator. Big Pumpkin didn't have a TV. None of this stuff. All right, so who we got coming in here now? I think I hear them coming in. Let me see if they're coming in from the Sorry store. They should be running at a high rate of speed. Anyhow, it was a very interesting article on one of the electric company's sites that explained it. And again, I did a video on it because it's a question that's asked all the time. Why are there so many brownouts in the Philippines? There's no nuclear power here. There was a plant that was built, in the 80s or 70s? 70s or 80s? 80s, down in Bataan that was never fueled. And there have been discussions about fueling that old plant, which I can't see how that's a good idea, but I'm not a nuclear engineer. It's been sitting there for decades. Alright, so getting some rain, getting a few wind gusts now. Again, this we're just off of Subic Bay. Hey, baby. Did y'all get wet? How did you get back? Well, you don't look like you're soaking wet.
Because I'm wearing a jacket.
Oh, you had a jacket on. How's the babies? Oh, the kids are playing in the water. So, Big Pumpkin's dry as a bone. She had a jacket and a towel. The kids are playing in the water in the street. That's what I did when I was a kid. Any of y'all back in the 80s remember skimboards? This rain meant what? Going skimboarding. And I may have to go ahead and close this window. Stand by. Yeah, okay, so losing the camera, got no choice. Got no choice on that camera. The wind's coming straight into the studio here. Not too much, but enough to threaten electronic operations here. So that camera right there is going to be limited to looking at the silhouette of the trees. Now if the wind changes, I'll open back the window. But as you can see, got some wind picking up, blowing the rain into my studio. I can't have that. I can't have that. You got to go back. I can't have that. What movie's that from? This camera here seems to be holding strong. It's under better cover. Still give you a good perspective of the rain. Hopefully it's under enough cover I can keep that thing going, keep it live. So if you're just joining us, start to see a little weather rolling in here in the vicinity of the beautiful Subic Bay. Starting to see some leaves falling from the mango tree. And if y'all see a mango fall, let me know. I'll send Big Pumpkin out there to get it. So far, I only see leaves falling from the tree. I do realize that the chimney from my barbecue grill is blocking the view, but it had to be that way. I've got everything up nice and cozy next to the house to keep the rain off the Pati Mas Yamaha washing machine and my barbecue grill that is not powered by any form of AI. Okay, so if you're wondering what is affecting us, okay, we're sitting, there's a Longapo right there. We're sitting somewhere in there. Manila's over here. So this edge right here, probably that little protrusion somewhere in there is what we're getting. Again, all of this is real-time 10-minute lightning according to the chart here. And this is coming from the southwest monsoon. That's what Pagasa said, from the Habagat. I will refresh the screen. Get the lightning back up there. And there you go. So if you're anywhere in that area, between here, Angeles City, Tarlac, I mean, obviously a lot of places are about to get some rain, but I'm just looking at the lightning strikes. So if anybody's sitting in Angeles City, let me know if you end up getting some lightning. We'll all sit here and gauge the accuracy of this here sophisticated weather device. Let's see, Big G, how you doing? Yeah, it's gonna be enough rain to drown some frogs for sure. And I should point it at the banana plants. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to change this camera up for just a second, because the banana plant shows the drama of the winds. I may have to reposition that camera for a second. Because that's looking out the window. I got too much rain coming in the direction of the camera. I had to close the window. But if you really want some, like, the dramatic look, you point the camera at a banana plant, banana tree, because it just gets really dramatic. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Just give me a second. I'm going to reposition my main cam to point it at a banana plant. So everybody just bear with me. Okay, so let me check the angle on the dangle of this guy here. Alright, there you go right there. I know the focus ain't going to be great, but you can see the silhouette of that banana tree. I'm going to work on the focus. It's focusing on the glass. Damn, old Steven Spielberg here can't get it right. Let me fix the focus. Be right back. Okay, that should fix it. Alright, now you have the perspective of when a wind gust comes through and hits that banana plant. It'll whip that thing around and very dramatic, in a dramatic fashion. And right now it's doing nothing. Okay, so if you're just joining me on this stream, we've been streaming for a while. We're not really concerned about Typhoon Bavi here where I'm at on Subic Bay. It's headed north towards Taiwan. According to Pagasa, our rainfall is coming from the southwest monsoon, the Habagat, if I say that right. And according to the site, it seems to be right on the money. I mean, this thing is right on the money. The question is, you know, with the rain hitting at the exact time the graphic shows, the question is if we start seeing lightning or if the electricity goes out at any moment, then I'm really going to put a lot of faith in this app because it clearly shows the lightning where it's at. So if we start seeing lightning here, yeah, it's right on the money. And I'll take this time right now to say, I want to say thanks for joining me on the stream, because if at any minute I disappear, it's because there's a brownout. I got no electricity. Ain't nothing I can do about it. I'm gonna stay live. I'm gonna stay live for a while, but if I get taken out, I'm okay. But there's another brownout. We've already had a 2-hour brownout this morning. $179 thumbs ups, 2 thumbs down. Looks like we're still going on Twitch. And somebody will switch over to Kick, see if we're still broadcasting on Kick. Just let me know if everything's good on those other platforms. Let's see, Mike says dangerous flooding for us or is projected. Yeah, folks, we're in the bulletin for heavy rainfall. Starting now until noon tomorrow, and then noon tomorrow till Sunday it doubles until Monday at noon. Let's see, Harry, how you doing? Okay, let me go over and show you the bulletin, the rainfall bulletin, and we'll refresh the screen. We were looking at, this is still number 16. As you can see from the typhoon, only Batanes is getting rain from the typhoon itself. Our rainfall outlook is due to the southwest monsoon. I'm sitting right here in Zambales. So between now and noon tomorrow, just say our 24-hour forecast is 50 to 100 millimeters of rain. And then tomorrow we move up into the 100 to 200 category and remain there until Monday at noon. So this is apparently the beginning phases of our heavy rain. You want to keep an eye on this document here. The link is down in the description. There's 3 links down there, as long as they're there. That's your rainfall. That's on the typhoon. And then that's what we're looking at right now. So that's our source material. Seems to be right on the money. And looks like the rain has let up, so it's just coming in phases. There's your wind speeds according to the banana plant. Let's look out the front door. Things slowed down a little bit. That's just the way it goes here. Trying to predict the weather. Let's see, are we under a wind signal alert? You know, I don't think we are, but let me go back over here and this will tell us if we're under a wind signal. Okay, this is wind signal number 2. Luzon from Batanes to Cagayan. So Batanes is under a wind signal 2, the islands north of Luzon. Let's come down to wind signal 1, and I'm just scanning all the locations looking for Zambales, and I don't see us on there. So as far as I know, according to this, we are not under a wind signal. That's how I interpret this bulletin. unless they've raised it recently since the 11 a.m. issuance of that bulletin. And you know what? For safety, we'll just refresh the screen. But it appears that it's still on the same bulletin. The next one to be put out will be 5 p.m. today. There you go. I tell you, like I said yesterday, I'm doing these types of live streams. I have learned so much. I've learned more than I ever cared to know about the Strait of Hormuz. And now I've learned more about the weather, not just today, but all these ones I've done in the past, talking about the weather and keeping a close eye, real time, on ground conditions versus what they're reporting versus the radar versus the satellite. Man, I've learned so much. It's been quite the education. By no means am I a weatherman, but just the average Joe Blow, I've learned a lot about the weather just by doing these videos. Okay, so again, the question was, are we under a signal alert? Not that I'm aware of, and not according to the bulletin. But that bulletin is almost, almost 3 hours old. Let's see. Harry, how you doing? And G-Pop, how are you? And Mr. Gary, I'm not sure, my friend. I mean, all I'm looking at with this bulletin is the 3-day outlook. So all I can pretty much be certain to say is going to be raining hard at least till Monday at noon. But once I look at the 5 o'clock bulletin, it might be extended a day. But again, we're fine. Everybody's here. We're safe. Water topped off. Got some emergency sardines on hand. Got a charcoal grill. Plenty of sorry stores nearby. Walking distance. So everything is good here. Plus we're up on a little bit of elevation. I'm not worried about flooding. Now look, if it rains for 40 days and 40 nights, I might eat those words. But our crib right here, I'm not worried about flooding due to the elevation and the way the water runs off. We're good here. We're right next to some mountains. So even if there was a tsunami, we could be up that mountain quicker than the tsunami could get here. So we're good. I can't say the same for everybody. A lot of folks live in low-lying areas. They live in the cities. And every time it floods, the street floods, which means if your place is on that same level, your living room floods, what have you. And my heart goes out to those folks because they deal with it every time it rains. It's just a way of life. But fortunately for us, we don't have to worry about that. Let's see. Hey, Raymond, how you doing? Okay, Raymond's reporting from inside Clark Freeport zone. No lightning or rain yet, but definitely cloudy outside. Looks like some stratus clouds nearby. You know, there was a time back in school. Remember all them clouds? Stratus. Was it nimbus, cumulus, or cumulus? You used to be able to name them clouds. Brad says AI can make my chicken wings dance while you're cooking them. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just not an AI guy. I'm like old Kevin Costner on Yellowstone when he's running for governor. I'm not running on the platform for change. I'm the exact opposite. I love this technology here, being able to broadcast to a worldwide audience. Man, it's like magic. But with this new stuff, these new programs, what they're calling AI, which is just computer programs, making fake videos and fake voices and stuff, and I'm just not interested in any of that. Because video, music, writing, it's all an art form. When a computer program makes something, that's not art. It's a computer program. There's nothing romantic about it. So, I'm not interested in nothing AI. Well, the rain has stopped. Maybe just a few sprinkles, just like it shows up, and then it leaves the building. But we've got this app and this technology here reminding us that it's on the way. And again, really digging this lightning data here. We're definitely getting closer. It's definitely upon us. This leading edge. So what would you say? It's close. There you go, cumulonimbus. That's right. Stratus, cumulonimbus. Cirrus. I can't remember the rest. I think AI is at least for the entertainment game. I don't see it. I don't see it lasting, and I could be totally wrong. But I look at an AI. What's an AI movie? It's a cartoon. There's already a name for it. It's called a cartoon. Growing up watching cartoons, it wasn't real. It was cartoon characters. Some of the characters look rudimentary. Some look more real than others. And you get to that, what was that movie called? Heavy Metal, where it was like people. Anything generated like that is a cartoon. This is just a cartoon in higher definition, higher quality. It's no different than the video games of the 80s went from being very rudimentary to the video games today. These Call of Duty shitheads sit there and play for hours and hours on end. They look a lot more realistic. So AI movies, what are they? They're just enhanced cartoons. That's all they are. You know, in the 80s, you could make real people on cartoons, but they would look very rudimentary. Nowadays, they look very realistic. It's still a cartoon. That's all it is. That's how I look at it. And I ain't got time to watch cartoons. And I'm not interested in watching your cartoon. So, there's plenty of old movies. Especially from the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. The older you go, the less computer generated BS that you got in there. And it's just more about the characters, the actors, the story. Better movies anyhow. That's the way I look at it. So I just don't think that AI generated movies are going to be the new thing. I think it will jump the shark quickly because it's nothing more than a cartoon. And if everybody on the planet was watching cartoons, like 97% of the people on the planet, that's all they did was watch cartoons, okay, well then maybe these enhanced computer programs, we're calling AI, making these fake movies look like real actors, okay, then maybe they'd stand a chance. But 97% of people don't watch cartoons all day. Okay, that's my argument. I don't want to watch cartoons. That's all an AI generated movie is. Cartoon in higher definition. Yeah, it's an iconic classic, but it's an anomaly. After heavy metal came out, did every movie after that become a cartoon? Nope. It was like a one-off, right? So you'll have these AI movies come out, and I think they'll end up being like one-offs because nobody wants to watch cartoons every day. Hell, even as a kid, I watched cartoons on Saturday mornings. During the week, I was watching the Little Rascals in black and white. You know, Batman, black and white. I'd rather watch Batman or the Little Rascals than cartoons on Saturday morning, to be honest. Alright, a little more rain coming down. Check the banana plant cam. The wind's not doing too much. Got rain coming down. But nothing out of the ordinary. You know? It's nothing we can't handle here. Yeah, I agree, Mr. Gary. There were artistry to it. There's no art in telling a computer program to create something. There's no romance in that. It's just purely mechanical. Nah, can't many movies compete with old John Wayne anyhow. Getting some more rain here, folks. A little bit of movement on the banana plant. Got a few gusts, little gusts of wind. A little bit of action on that banana plant. Take another look out the front door there. Got the rain coming down here on the beautiful Subic Bay. If you're just joining me, I'm in the mountains right next to Subic Bay. We are getting a little bit of rainfall here. A little bit of rainfall. Not too crazy on the wind. But that's what we got coming right there. Got some lightning strikes. Big Pumpkin's clothes are just blowing like crazy. Big Pumpkin, you might want to check your clothes. Are they going to blow into the neighbor's yard? Big Pumpkin, Big Pumpkin. I'll keep refreshing the screen to make sure we don't have any lag there. G-Pop says it's more like witchcraft. You know, one of the first AI generated videos. I'm not interested in this shit, but I thought it was a music video or something. I clicked on it, and looking at that character, it was scary, because I knew my body, my mind, my eyes knew that wasn't real. There was no soul behind it. So when I look at these AI generated characters, it looks like they have no soul. You can't explain it, but that's the best way I can explain it. They're scary as shit. Scare the hell out of me. I see Anthony looking forward to coming back to Barreto in the next week. Yeah, come on back, my friend. Let's see, Todd says he used to like Big Brother. You know, I never watched that show, right? That's the show where they all lived in the same house or something. Alright folks, got 189 thumbs ups, 2 thumbs downs. I want to thank y'all very much for hitting that thumbs up or that thumbs down button. It helps out with them old Google squirrels inside this dang old computer turning them knobs. They control everything. A computer program, the algorithm, controls everything about this game. Decides who gets to eat rice, who gets to eat Jollibee, or who gets to go to Sizzler, or who's going to starve. That computer program controls all this. Yeah, it is funny. And again, I can't explain it. I just know when I stared at that video screen and it was a cowboy, it was country music. I was just trying to get some music going. And it was an AI generated cowboy, and I looked into the eyes and there was no soul. It was I hate to use the word demon or ghost or Oswald, but you could tell that's not a real person. There ain't no soul in there. It's just a cartoon. A very lifelike looking cartoon created by a computer program. So we'll see. We'll see how all these movies and shit go. But for me, I don't have any plans, nor am I interested in using any type of AI for what I do. I don't see how it could help me. How is it going to help me? Okay, I like to film real life with my cameras. I edit myself. Now one day I might hire an editor, to chop stuff up, help me out, but I don't have any interest, nor do I see how it could help me. How is it going to help me filming real life with a real camera and real people? Why do I need a computer to help me do that? Now if you said, hey, here's a robot, he can hold a camera. Alright, well that might have a valid point. Alright, now I got a robot that can hold a camera. Now my arms don't get tired. But just the software, how's that going to help me? It's not going to help me barbecue chicken wings. It's not going to help me with tenderoni time with Big Pumpkin. It's not going to help me in my daily life. Nor am I interested, nor do I need any help doing those things. When you go to Google and it puts that shit up top, again, that system is just Google Search 2.0. It's going to continue to upgrade and evolve. It's not intelligent. It's just an upgraded search program. That's all it is. Now, did we get some lightning in there? Hold on a second. Oh, yeah, scared me there. A little thunder coming on the scene. All right, now we got some thunder. Now I got to get the microphone set up. Let me put this back up there. Give me a minute. Got to get the stereo mic going. Okay, let me take a look at this angle on the dangle. Put my headphones on. Check, check. Give me a second here. Okay, so now I got a microphone on that camera pointing outside with a big old clap of thunder, but by the time I get everything set up, she goes quiet. What can I do here? Okay. Alright, so I'll keep one microphone on, but if it starts thundering again, I'm going to switch over to the Sennheiser where you can hear that thunder. But just as it thundered and lightning, rain went away. There's some crazy weather. What can I do here? So that's the ground conditions here, overlooking the beautiful Subic Bay. Yeah, the echo is because I've got the camera too close to this microphone. I got the microphones too close. So if it starts thundering and lightning, I'll shut this microphone down for a little bit and then just point the stereo mic out into the elements. Yeah, at least I still got electricity. Still got electricity. The stream has not been taken down yet. Let's see. SML says, wait a minute. I got quiet again. It can learn your filming style in your videos so you can shoot raw footage and it can make your videos the way you would. Nope, can't read my mind. Can't read my mind. I'm not a creature of habit. I'm too abstract. I'm like a Pablo Picasso. So nope, AI, it can't help me. It's not for me. Now, a person who is a routinist, you probably have a valid argument. A person who is a routinist, who does everything by the numbers, step by step. If y'all ain't figured out, I'm not a real by the numbers type of guy. I'm too abstract these days. I'm more like Pablo Picasso. And a computer program can't predict what Picasso is going to do. But a routinist who's like on an assembly line making the same widget every day, with just a little bit difference, well, maybe it could. But I'm playing a weatherman today. Tomorrow night, I might be doing a live vidjoki contest in a strip bar. AI can't predict that. How are they going to help me? It's two different things. Comes right here. It's called creativity. That a computer doesn't have creativity. It's garbage in, garbage out. It's going to do what it's been programmed to do. See, Terrence, how you doing? 2:15 a.m. in Canada. Just got back from a drunk walk with the dog. All right, man. Hope you're doing well. Doing good here. Doing real good. We've dodged the eye of Typhoon Bavi, but the tail end is sucking up some weather systems with this southwest monsoon. So according to this here graph, I'm looking at some lightning storms coming my way. But it's one of those things, every time I've done this and we've looked at the graphic and it looks like all heck is breaking loose above my head, and then I look out the window and there ain't much of nothing happening. That's why my buddy said you're a typhoon repellent. I mean, we know everything in the news is sensationalized, but especially that last typhoon, that last storm we covered, it looked like all hell should have been over our head, and there was nothing. It never rained, like a couple sprinklings, a couple like wind gusts, that was it. Okay, so looking at this graphic here, let me zoom in a little. Let me zoom in a little more. I'll zoom in one more. Let's see if we can't get a good bead on where it's going. Okay, here we go. Alright, so correct me if I'm wrong. That's a Longapo right there. Okay, got the beautiful Subic Bay. And so we're in this vicinity. We're on the edge of the blue, with the lightning still out north of the bay. But the wind is sort of pointing it down, so like a lot of this lightning should be coming right over my head. But again, we have to wait and see, because what's over my head right now? Just some clouds. What's out this way? Calm winds to zero wind. But admittedly, there was one flash of lightning and one clap of thunder. So we'll just see how accurate this thing is. I tell you what we'll do. Since it's moving in, what's that, about an hour for all that lightning to get over our head? We'll at least wait this out to see if that lightning storm in this storm system pans out. And I'm hoping that it doesn't. I don't want the power to go out. I don't want to be sitting here in a brownout all night long. I'm hoping that nothing happens, just like with the typhoon that just went by us. But I sit here and look at all those lightning bolts. It's coming exactly my way. It's going to come right over the top of my head. We'll sit here and see. And not that I'm a betting man. I'm not a gambler. But if I did a poll and just said, how many folks think that in about 1 hour we're going to be in a severe lightning storm? How many folks think that's the case? Yeah, a little bit of thunder, but the roosters are louder than the thunder. I'll go over to your comments. Alright, shout out to Kenny. Just drove through some heavy rain in Subic town, coming back from SBMA. Alright, man. Glad to hear you made it safe on your run down to SBMA. Should have told you to bring me some Texas Joes. Let's see. There you go, Mr. Gary. Expressing our flawed selves in a medium is what art is all about. Nobody wants to see machine-generated videos. They would have no charm or spontaneity. No, it's basically like a factory, an assembly line, producing movies. It doesn't work like that. Every movie is unique. The experience and the history of how the movie got published is a story in itself. Where did they get the funding? Who wrote the script? It was this guy. He stayed drunk for 2 months and wrote a script. There's a huge story behind every movie. And every element of the story adds to the romance of that movie, of that film. Telling a computer program to make a cartoon, there's no romance in that, and you're not an artist. I'm sorry, but you're not. Okay? You're not an artist. You're playing a video game. If you're making an AI movie, the way I view it is that you are playing a video game to output a cartoon. That's all you're doing. I don't want to watch you play the video game or make a cartoon. Just nothing romantic about it. Nothing creative about it. So therefore, why would I want to watch that? There's no story to it. Oh, there I was in my mama's basement and I was eating pizza. I had 3 Monster energy drinks and it just came to me. And I told the AI to make this movie, and 10 minutes later, here it was. I spent a total of 12 minutes on this movie. Who wants to see that? Nobody. Not nobody. Don't care about your cartoon or your video game. That's just me. What's the temperature like there? It's been raining and storming a lot here, hitting the average of 35, beyond muggy. It's nice and cool right now. It got a little toasty in here. When I took my break, I had to put the t-shirt on versus my long sleeve formal shirt. But it's nice and cool right now. I don't know what that translates into temperature wise. I guess I could look at the windy. That's all it is. AI is the branding for the progression of computer technology. It's the new branding. That's it. Walt Disney used to hand draw cartoons. Now they use computers. That's all it is. But when they add that word intelligence in there, artificial intelligence, it's still a computer program. It's just the progression of technology. It's going from Pong to Call of Duty. That's all it is. It's not a person. It's not going to attain consciousness. I'm not buying all that bullshit. All it is the progression of computer programs. I've said this many times. Back in the 80s, basic computer program, 10, print, quotation marks, Marcos, quotation mark. You hit enter. 20, go to 10. Enter, run. It would print my name all over that computer screen until I hit break and stopped it. That was a simple computer program. All it is the progression of computer programs, technology. It's not intelligence. It doesn't have consciousness. It's not creative. We humans program that thing to do a certain task. Where it used to be we were programming it to play checkers, well, now it's playing chess. That's all it is. You can make a program talk to a person very nicely, or you can program it to talk to a person mean. It's not thinking on its own. Don't buy all that. Jacob says, what's my take on people using AI for voice narration on YouTube videos? I'm not for it. I've come across a few history channels that use it, and I'm unsure about it. No, I'm absolutely against it. Because once you start making AI fake voices, how are the future generations going to know if that's real history or AI bullshit? And we're at the point where you don't know what's real and what's not. So my opinion is not going to stop it. It's already happening. But what it's going to do is skew history. It's absolutely going to skew history to the point that, like, shit that's burned on CDs, okay, you know that's real. But with all the AI today, how do you know that all that stuff on the History Channel that just got published is real or AI? You don't know. You know, old movies on a damn cassette tape, okay, well, you know that's not AI. So I'm against it, but obviously, you know, my opinion is not going to stop it. But what it's going to do is skew history to the point that nobody knows what history is. Except unless you go look it up in a book, you know, an older book. Because you can't go back and change a book. But then again, it's just going to get to the point where you don't know what to believe. And we're almost already there. Somebody said the other day, how do we know that you're not an AI generation of yourself? Well, that's a good question. That's a good question. I mean, all I can do is assert that I'm not ever going to use any of this shit to try to fool you. But that was the question that was pointed. How do I know right now that you're not an AI bot or whatever? And I guess the true answer is we don't know these days. So every time they use this AI voice narration on history that's not the real person, you're just fucking up history. You're just skewing it. You don't know. In a few years, we won't know what people really said, what they didn't say. We have no idea. Let's see, and talking about these data centers, right? They're setting up all these data centers. Or I think that, this is just me, whoever's investing in these data centers are going to lose their ass. Let's think about the progression of technology. By the time they spend all of this money on these huge data centers, and they get these things built up and operating, sucking up all the energy and water, spend all this money, these big ass generators running, the technology is going to keep coming up and coming up to where these complex algorithms run independently on your iPhone. Now think about that. back in the 40s, 50s, 60s, when computers first started, when they first came onto the scene. You know, Alan Turing, pretty much one of the first, or the first computer, right, to break the Enigma machine. These computers, a single computer filled up a building or a room. That's how big the things were. And you get on up to what, the 70s, when they interviewed that old dude, and they said, hey, one day these things, or in the 50s, whenever it was, the one interview, he said, at one day these things will sit on your desk. You know, behind them is this huge ass wall, huge big ass thing the size of a bus that was a computer. Yeah, one day these things will sit on your desk. Like, what? Well, think about where we've come. So right now, if you look at the progression, using that as an example, we're building these huge, big ass data centers to run this technology. But as time goes by, the technology will be refined to where it doesn't require as much computing power, electricity, or resources, to where everything that's running in that data center will run on the equivalent of like one server, and a lot of it will run locally off of your phone. So I just think that's the data centers are temporary. They're just a temporary step in progression of the technology, and eventually you'll be able to buy those things for pennies on the dollar and turn them into apartment blocks. Remember that. Maybe 5 to 10 years. But I would say in 10 years, if you're an entrepreneur and have some construction skills, you'll be able to pick those things up pretty cheap, build them out as apartments, and make some money, because they'll be worthless. They'll just be buildings. And all those servers in there will be 10-year-old technology that just get recycled at the junkyard, but you know what I mean. Yeah, good point. Humanity's cracking down on plastic straws, which I'm against too. Single-use plastic's a problem. But everybody's sitting there talking about single-use plastics, and then they allow all these big-ass data centers to be built. I think it's sort of, for me, it looks like a pyramid scheme. It just looks like a pyramid scheme. Everybody's rushing to get this shit up and running, get as much funding for it as they can, and then the technology's going to advance where they don't need the huge data center. Then what are you going to do? Well, if you're an investor, you're going to lose your ass. And the rich folks, they're going to be one step ahead of you, and they're going to be laughing all the way to the bank. That's what they always do. They're taking people's land in Georgia to build a data center. Eminent domain is the excuse. That's damn sad to hear. What do you say? What can you say for that? Eminent domain. There has to be a public need. Damn, that's another Yellowstone line. There has to be public need, not public want. Yeah, well, a lot of things in the good old USA ain't making sense. A lot of things in this world these days just don't make sense anymore. But I just can't see the data centers being around that long. It's not something that can be sustained long term, and the technology is not, in 5 years, it's not going to be the same as it is now, that requires these huge data centers with all these servers crunching data. It's just like that dude said, he's got this big ass huge computer the size of a building behind them, saying, hey, in 20 years that'll fit on your desk. Same with the data centers. Okay, China last year put 10,000 drones into the sky with one laptop. 10,000. They broke the Guinness Book of World Records. Two companies in, I think, Texas, when two companies in the U.S. got together, they tried to put 5,000. They didn't make 5,000. A few of them failed. They almost got to 5,000. China did twice. They put like 10,100 just to make sure they broke the 10K, got the record. They recently did 20 or 25,000 drones in the air with one laptop. One laptop. So the year before, just to use this as an example, the year before they could only put 10. In 1 year time, they double the amount of drones that are run off of one laptop through the technology. So we all know the progression, and what's the guy's law? Is it Moore's law? Man, my mind's fuzzy. You know, where technology like doubles every, whatever it is. I don't know. That's my long tirade. I would just say don't invest in data centers. Or if you do, get the hell out within like a year. Because in 5 years, they'll be sold on the cheap and you can build them out as apartments. You know, just like malls. Malls close down. Okay, wonderful. Nice building, turn it into an apartment complex. Let's see, Brush Bandit, how are you? Elon is already building the architecture to have the data centers off-world. Yeah, there's a lot of plans that just don't make sense, right? Like they were, okay, the data centers and what is a data center? It's nothing new. The internet is what? Computers connected to one another. A server, like this video, all of my videos live on a server somewhere. It's a computer without a screen or a keyboard. They're in these data centers. Why all of a sudden, during this AI hype, do we have to build these huge ass data centers, right? There's already been data centers to run everything I'm doing right now. To run everything. The current computer programs require a lot more processing power. To crunch making a fake video requires a lot more processing power than just serving you up a link to a website. But again, through the progression, it's not going to take all this power. Everything's going to get much more efficient. That's my take on it. My opinion is do not invest in a data center. It's all it is. It's a server farm, which has been around for years. It's just a new name or an old name or the front name that's being put front and center right now. A server farm. That's all it is. Used to call it a server farm. Now it's called a data center. We get fooled by the branding. We're fooled by the AI brand. What's the big rush? What's the real agenda? It all comes back down to money. You get in early, you pump it up, then you dump it. It's called a pump and dump. That's why I'm telling you. If you're poor like me, don't be invested in this shit. You're gonna lose your money. That's just one man's opinion. Yeah, we're just trying to enjoy life. And that's what another friend of mine, Josh, shout out to you, man. He said after a hard day in the grind, he just sits down with a, what do you say, bourbon or whiskey, whatever, sits down with a drink and watches a simpler way of life. And I've been living a simple lifestyle pretty much my whole life, so I don't really I don't understand at times like how much simpler we live. But especially from the perspective of folks living in the U.S., obviously we live a lot simpler. But my life has always been pretty simple. It's been centered around what? Chasing women, drinking beer, listening to music, and barbecuing. None of those events require too much technology, and it's not going to change. So that's why I asked the question when, some folks have said, oh, you're going to use AI. You will use AI. Okay. Explain to me how a computer program is going to help me barbecue chicken wings. That's what I like to do every day. Number 2, how's it going to help me knock boots with Big Pumpkin? How's that going to help that activity? Can't think of any way that it would. Spending time with my kids, going for a walk every day. How is AI going to help with that activity? A computer program. I don't need a computer program for that. Sitting back, smoking a cigar, looking at the moon or the stars. Don't need a computer. Going camping. Nope, don't need that. I can't think of any reason, and I'm on the internet all day long, that I need any more computer programs than I already have. Especially one that would help me create fake videos to fool the masses. So this guy here, I'm not interested in any of it. So G-Pops, yeah, a lot of it doesn't make sense other than the fact if it's just an overhyped pump and dump, make money at the moment, and then leave the investors holding the bag when all of this stuff starts running in an app on your phone. I can take, for example, okay, I can take my iPhone and I can edit a 4K 60 frame per second video on iMovie on my phone. And there's been a period of time where I've edited these long 4K videos on iPhones or this iPad years ago. Now I haven't done that in years, but it would be a lot easier now if I edited video on my phone or the iPad. Why do I need a data center? I'm editing like 2 hour long 4K 60 frame, very intense and big files on my phone. And you're trying to tell me to generate all of this stuff that they're calling AI, just advanced programs, that you need a huge ass building and all these additional servers? Something ain't right here. To me, it just smells like a pump and dump. If the technology was not going to progress, you'd have an argument. We have to have this. But the technology is just going to get faster and more efficient. The chips are going to get faster. They're not going to need a big ass server farm to run these programs. Now, the flip side is, once they stop using that to run these programs, I guess Google and the other companies can just gobble them up and just add them to their server farms for what they're doing already. But yeah, just a pump and dump. Just pump the shit up. What they do with these coins, right? With crypto, they just pump it up like it's going to be the next thing till the price goes up. The people who created it sell, it tanks everybody else who invested lose their ass. Pump and dump. Pump it up, then dump it. Only people who make money are the people who created it. AI could assess my technique with Big Pumpkin and make suggestions. I don't need no fucking suggestions from a computer. I mean, okay. For example, how is AI, these advanced computer programs, I don't want to even call it that anymore. How has and how is a computer program going to have an effect on people who don't have computers, who don't have a smartphone? Even people who do have a smartphone and maybe they got no load. All they know how to do is play Facebook. That's their scope. How is it going to affect them? We're making a lot of assumptions. A lot of assumptions are being made from folks who are into this technology, but the majority of the globe ain't there. It's like Big Pumpkin's Village. You know that Alabama song? Somebody told us Wall Street fell. We was so poor that we couldn't tell. You think Grandma down in the village gives a shit about computer programs? How's that going to affect her? Go down there and try to explain AI to Grandma. You know, Grandma, the same person who everybody wanted to buy her some teeth, right? She's got no teeth. 0 teeth. Everybody wanted to get together and buy Grandma some teeth. So I did a video. Say, hey, Grandma, everybody wants to buy you some teeth. You know what Grandma said? She said, fuck the teeth, buy me a cow. That's her response. So, hey Mary, how you doing? Checking in from Michigan. Yeah, I avoid it. It's not for me. How is it going to affect my life? Okay, the technology, the program. I go to the airport, now you got facial recognition instead of showing your passport. That's the progression of computer programs and technology. But I think a lot of it is if you choose to engage with it, it's the same way if you choose to play video games, you choose to allow this technology to be part of your life, well, it's going to affect you. Huh? Maybe. I'm trying to run an award-winning travel show. I'm talking about this AI stuff going to take over the world. I see she coming in here. I got this rice bucket sitting on my cookie bucket as a table here. Well, why didn't you get the rice before I kicked off this live stream hours ago? Think ahead, Big Pumpkin. Somebody said I need AI to learn how to deal with you. I need a computer program. Huh?
So I need AI to deal with you.
What for? How about you ask AI, when should I take a cup of coffee? I think it's just one of those things, if you allow it and you choose to engage with it, well then it will affect you. I choose to not engage with that type of computer program. I told the story before, back in the day. My buddy had a planner, pencil and paper, you know, a little binder. He put our schedule in. I was typing in on this early version of a Palm Pilot. It wasn't a Palm Pilot, it was an earlier version. Thought it was the greatest thing since sliced bread. He wanted no part of it. I was, oh man, it's the greatest thing in the world. I was so into this thing, just staring at it, right? Before smartphones, way before the iPhone. And a few days later, that thing lost all the data. I had no idea what our schedule was. I had to ask him, and he just handed me that little paper 99-cent planner he bought at Walmart. He wasn't interested in it. I was. And so I was so in tune to that. Now I'm not interested. As long as I can do what I'm doing here, broadcast my show, that's as far as I need to go. I don't need a computer to give me suggestions about the next show. I don't want to see AI suggestions and AI layout and outline, AI music. I don't need all that. There's an artistry in what we're doing here. There's artistry and creativity, romance in a film, in a video, in a movie, created by humans. I don't want to see art created by a computer program. And we were discussing earlier about AI generated thumbnails. I can tell all the thumbnails generated by the same AI program because they look the same. They're created by the same program that has the same parameters. Do you really want your thumbnail created by the same designer that thousands of other people are using? You're using the same program with the same parameters, so in a way they're all going to look eerily similar if you look close enough. Or would you rather create it yourself? And nobody can duplicate this Picasso brain right here. They can't. They can't predict what my next thumbnail is going to look like or what I want it to be. All right. Well, we're doing storm coverage. And let me let you look out the window here. It's just a cloudy day. Maybe 2-mile-per-hour winds. The rain has stopped. There you go. Looking out my carport. Everything's normal. No big deal. So let me go to this computer graphic over here that I've been talking about, which is the greatest thing since sliced bread. But so far, once again, what I'm seeing on this computer doesn't seem to correlate exactly or too closely with what's going on the ground here. There's definitely some weather coming in, but what happened to the lightning? The lightning just suddenly disappeared. And then, with these computer models like this, how much contrast is added? How much is beefed up on this? I don't know. Because we're dealing with a computer program that's creating this. You assume off of sensors, instruments, but do you really know? The only thing that I can tell you is that is the current weather conditions where I'm at. No AI involved, no filters, no bulla. That's looking the other direction. All is calm here. All is calm. And now all of a sudden the lightning disappeared on our app here. I'll click it one more time to make sure we have the lightning engaged. I believe that we do. Yeah, who knows? But I think so far all of my typhoon reporting has been big nothing burger conditions on the ground where I've been, which again is a good thing. But living in Angeles City, not too crazy weather, and then living over here, not too crazy. in my experience, just some rain. Not too crazy of weather in either one of these places. Okay, let's go back to your comments here. Talking about everything's going to subscription. BMW is losing sales because of it and thinking of ditching it. Yeah, I want to see a creator, not a shit AI thumbnail or video. Yeah, so all of this, these cartoons that are being created, I think it's just an anomaly just to say you can do it. Oh wow, look at that! Dude created a movie in 2 days with a computer program. Oh wow, and then you move on. Okay, good point. In the West, increasingly the only way to access government services is via smartphone or computer. It's a problem for many elderly folks that aren't that tech savvy. Yeah, absolutely. And I've seen that in different places where older folks trying to go renew their visa, or so it's everywhere. I was forced into buying a new iPhone because of a banking app that I had to have, just to compress the story. I was not going to buy a new iPhone. I had this old junk Android because I don't even carry a phone. That iPhone, reason I bought that, I had no choice. It was over a banking app that had to be on an Apple. I brought in my iPad. Nope, it's got to be an iPhone. Had no choice. I don't carry that thing. You know what I use that iPhone for? Is number one, I use it as a remote control for this camera where I can lock focus. That's it. Number two, I use the Photoshop version on the phone just to brighten up the images. And I do the final thing on the computer. Other than that, I don't want to even carry the thing. Why did I buy it? I had no choice. But China is ahead. They're very far ahead. And the drone story I just told, just one example. Two companies, now this is a year or so ago, two companies got together in America. They couldn't put 5,000 drones in the air with a laptop. China put over 10,000, like it was nothing. Now they put 20. We're way behind them on things like that. Just go to, I'd pull it up, but I'll probably get this video demonetized. If you go to Guinness Book of World Record, their YouTube channel, it's on there. I mean, they're way ahead of us on drone tech. You don't got to be Captain Obvious to say that or to see that, but you want to see the Guinness Book of World Records? Go see what they're doing. And then I think I saw during the 4th of July, they were pumping it up. We put 2,500 drones in the air, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, China put 20,000 with one laptop. Why are you celebrating that? I'm sure it was a wonderful drone show, but I wouldn't publicize that too much. You know what I mean? You're celebrating a 2,500 drone show. China throw out 20,000 with one laptop like it's nothing. Let's see, Farut, how you doing? Reporting that all is calm in Taipei. All right. I got a little bit of rain kicking up here. It just comes and goes. Let me refresh the screen here so we can see what we're looking at from the computer imagery. And I made sure I clicked the lightning. And right now I'm not seeing any lightning unless the app is just not showing us. A little bit of thunder in the background, but no big deal. I mean, you can look out the window, see for yourself. It just looks like a rainy day. No big deal. Look that direction. Nothing happening. So all of a sudden, everything that was inbound seemed to have just petered out. It just played out. It just petered out. Immediately upon contact with the landmass. Or is there some Google squirrels in there just inputting data? Garbage in, garbage out. We don't know. Alright, let me go around the horn. I'm up to 210 thumbs ups. I got 2 thumbs downs. Yes! I want to thank y'all very much. 212 folks hitting that thumbs up, thumbs down button. I certainly appreciate you. Looks like I'm still broadcasting on Twitch. Let me go over to Kick and see if I'm still up and running on Kick. Let me check out the Kick here. Oh yeah, man, crystal clear on Kick and Twitch. No problems with those platforms as far as broadcasting the video quality. And again, why am I not on Twitter? I tried. It won't work unless you pay him a subscription. Gonna do that and get up on Twitter. But Elon Musk wants some money. He ain't got enough money. So he wants some money for me to live stream over there on the old Twitter. It's just on the to-do list. It ain't that much. It's a few bucks, but that's why I'm not up on Twitter. It's just on the to-do list. Facebook, I had that running, and then it just quit. Now I can't get it to work. Instagram gives me 1 hour, and it shoots portrait style. Maybe I can change it to landscape. But my new layout here, like 50-50 screen, won't work in the portrait style. I hate portrait style anyhow. Portrait, Mona Lisa. Not filming. Anybody who films in like the portrait style, that TikTok style, I don't understand it. And you know why I don't understand it? How are your eyes aligned? They're aligned in a rectangle like this. They're not aligned like this. So if you're sitting there watching TikTok, you've got to focus your eyes inward and make you go cross-eyed. You see, if your eyes were up and down, then you would make sense looking at a screen up and down, portrait style. No, your eyes are in a rectangle like this, landscape style. Anyhow, if I lose out on that 1 hour of Instagram, I'm not worried about it. Yeah, got to use your iPhone for banking apps. Samsung freezes and spins. Why am I an Apple person? Because it works. A PC in the year 2026 still won't recognize a new printer from Walmart's without calling the Geek Squad. I guess they're still around. Anyhow, you got to call IT support for a PC to recognize a new printer from Walmart's. It's like Leeville. It's like Bill Gates. You had one job. Make Windows recognize a printer from Walmart's. Still can't pull it off. Can't pull it off. Could never pull it off. Microsoft products have always been dog shit. They always will be. Still are. Why do I pay more for Apple? Because the shit just works. And it works a long time, and it don't break, and I don't have to spend 90% of my time trying to get Windows to connect to a damn printer from Walmart's. Apple, it just works. I spend all my time trying to do what I'm trying to do. That's why I'm an Apple person. How much is your time worth? You know, a buddy of mine years ago, he was an Apple guy. This is before I bought my first Apple. And this is one of the reasons I became an Apple person. He was an IT guy at a company that probably had, I don't know, 300 computers. You know, several hundred employees. And I went over to his house and he had all these Apples. His man cave was nothing but computers just everywhere. I said, dude, what's the difference between an Apple and a PC? And he started talking about a kernel and this and that, explaining tech shit, which I did not understand. And he basically said, my job exists because this company uses PCs and Windows. And that's why I make a lot of overtime and I'm always on call because they run PCs and Windows. He said if my company would switch over to Apple, I wouldn't have any overtime. It's almost like it could cut me back to part-time. He said, so I don't want them to switch over to Apple because I make a lot of money because this shit stays in a status of problems, which creates a necessity for me. It creates getting called at 2 in the morning and having to go in for 2 or 3 hours and make that overtime money and that on-call money. He said, you see all these computers in this room, all these Apples? I never restart these things. They never get turned off. They always work. But I don't want my company to go to Apple because I'm going to lose money. And I was like, damn. And so that's one of the things that got me thinking about Apple. I eventually broke down and bought that iMac. To be honest, it was beautiful, but I had a hard time figuring it out at first. It's learning a different language. Went back to my old Tough book for a while. But when I finally engaged with that Apple computer and learned how to speak the language and learn where everything was at, never did I go back to a PC or Windows that can't recognize a printer from Walmart's. So if you handed me a PC right now, I wouldn't even know how to turn the thing on. I know nothing about them anymore. Why? I'm an Apple guy. These things just always work, and they work for a long time. Where's it at? Somewhere in this bag here, I have the original iPad mini from 2012. How many years ago is that? 13 years ago? Somewhere in there? That damn thing still turns on. It still charges. The battery still maintains a charge. It doesn't update, and it's slow, but the kids can still watch YouTube through Safari, the browser, not the app. It still works 13 years later. How many junk tablets have come and gone since then? The difference between Apple and PC and Bill Gates. Bill Gates, Leeville, you had one job. You can't make Windows recognize a printer from Walmart's. Yeah. See a lot of folks here riding around in Chinese electric cars. I rode in one. My buddy had one. Like, damn, pretty luxurious. I don't know about longevity, because China usually makes cheap-ass products, but hey, it looked like a damn luxury car at a fraction of the cost. Doc M says that Mini was my first Apple product. Freaking great choice. Yep. Still rocking on. This old MacBook Pro, the batteries finally gave up the ghost. I just had them rip the batteries out, and it's still motoring on like a champion. I just didn't want to buy the new batteries. You got to keep it plugged in. The bad thing is, if the power blinks, you got to reboot it. But all of my old MacBooks still work, minus the batteries. I keep the old ones like out as bait at times in case somebody breaks in. They're going to take the old one, not the good ones. Damn, shouldn't have gave up that security thing. Never throw away or give away your old MacBooks, even if they're broken, because they look very similar, and the average dumbass thief don't know the difference. So you keep your old ones, even if they're broke, put them on display. Burglar breaks in, he's going to take the old dog shit thinking it's brand new because he can't tell the difference. Just put your good stuff away. There we go. That's it. MacBook Pro. Why? Because it always works. Never do you have to go to the Geek Squad. And not that they can't get hacked, they can. But the majority is targeting PCs. I had one hacked in Afghanistan. It's probably fucking Iranians. I don't know. But I did have a MacBook get compromised. But obviously, it wasn't the average hacker that got into it over there. All right, folks. So I thought we were going to see some severe weather here, based on what the computer said was coming our way. Get the lightning data back up. Okay, so now we're seeing the lightning data again. So here's another line coming in here from offshore. But what it looks like on the ground here is just a cloudy day. It's just a cloudy day. No fireworks here. What can I do? 216 thumbs ups, 2 thumbs downs. Still broadcasting on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So shout out to you if you're watching me on Kick. I don't know what Kick is. My first stream piped into Kick. Seems to be very good quality video. Okay, let me take a look, see if we've got any updated bulletins. They're supposed to be at 5 o'clock, right? It's bulletin number 11, so no, still holding with the same bulletin from Pagasa. Again, if you're in Taipei, probably want to hunker down until this thing rolls through. I'm sure y'all are making preparations up there. And again, the next advisory will be at 5 p.m. today. But as far as the Philippines is concerned, this thing is it's becoming Taiwan's problem, not the PI's problem. See, weather advisory number 16 is holding as the last one. This is a rainfall advisory. And again, the takeaway is from now till tomorrow, we're on the list of heavy rainfall from the southwest monsoon. I'm in Zambales. Got to look and see where you're at. And then tomorrow, we get put on the even heavier rainfall for the next 2 days. So that's the forecast for me. Heavy rainfall, at least till Monday at noon, with Typhoon Bavi driving on in a northwesterly direction, and according to this graphic, being downgraded to a severe tropical storm prior to hitting the Chinese mainland, at least the eye of the storm. That's 8 p.m. on Saturday, July the 11th. So if you're over there in China, Saturday night, get ready for the eye to make landfall, according to this graphic. Okay, there's from zoom.earth. Let's see the latest. Looks like satellite picture right there. Still a big storm from top to bottom. Still a huge storm from top to bottom. Let's see how it looks on the Windy app, showing 26 degrees in Olongapo. And again, the graphic that I've had up there is basically a Philippine version of the Windy app. Best way I can explain it. It's a great app. The link's down in the description. It's panahan.gov.ph. What a great product. But so far, what I'm seeing on the graphics is not really materializing here on the ground, which I'm quite thankful for. Let's see. Mr. Gary said that's how Japanese cars started out, cheap, flooded the market, but now look at them, the best cars on the market in the West and best selling. See, Terrence just went to empty the water from the dehumidifier. The bowl dropped in and splashed all over me. Sounds like you might have had a few. Weren't you walking the dog a few minutes ago? Yeah. Maybe I break down or replace the batteries, but the old ones, I just keep them plugged in. So I just really couldn't justify the expenditure. Because I just take the good one with me wherever I go. The old ones, they're just, they became desktops. They went from laptop to desktop, but they all still work. They all still work. Even another example for the progression of technology. I had a MacBook Air, great computer. It was the small one, so portable, went everywhere I went. The thing would crunch 1080 video, no problem. When I tried to make that thing start crunching 4K, it got so hot it almost warped itself. Couldn't do it. Couldn't pull it off. That same video that thing couldn't do, the iPhone can crunch, no problem. So back to these huge data centers with all of this processing power, powering this stuff. At some point, the programs get much more efficient. And all these huge ass buildings. Again, maybe Google just snaps them up and they're just more server farms. But the same power it takes to serve this YouTube video is much less than it takes when it's crunching video. If you look at the processing power. That's right. Man, weather over in Pattaya, yeah, you got some rains. I'm just using Pattaya over in Thailand. But no too crazy of the weather. Right now my main laptop is a 14-inch, and then this old one right here is a 16-inch. But again, both of these machines are, I think I picked this one up that I spilled a beer on when we were living in Angeles City when Arshine and the ladies were there. Arshine and Marjoy were there, I think, when I bought this one, around that time frame. So this one's a few years old, and this one is twice as old. So I'm not rocking the latest and greatest technology. This thing's maybe 4 years old. 4 or 5 years old. That thing right there is 8, 9 years old. I think at this point, the average person, the average person should just buy the cheapest Apple computer that they can find, because there's so much horsepower in the base model that you'll never even think about using. So the average person just needs, you really don't need a MacBook Pro. Just get a MacBook Air or the base model, because there's so much built-in horsepower, you're never going to use that. If you're just looking at the internet, watching videos, doing basic stuff, you're not using even a few percentage points of the processor. If you're crunching video every day, okay, it matters. But the average person just needs the base model Mac, and you're good to go. That's my opinion. Let's see, Guillermo, how are you? What's the dark shades of black on the map? Let's see. Well, the dark shades on the map are part of the landmass. So they're the landmass, but you've got the blue overlay as in the rainfall heading over the landmass. So let me just back out a little bit. It's a good question. So there you go. The black portion is the landmass, but most of the Philippines is covered, according to this, with rainfall. Then you go down here, you can see that very little of that landmass is covered. And still trying to figure out what the difference is between the pink lightning bolts and the yellow lightning bolts. If anybody can figure it out, please put it in the chat so we know what the difference is. Current conditions here where I'm at, near Subic Bay. 0 rainfall, 0 wind, cloudy skies. Pretty simple, and I need to turn the ND filter down. Hold on. Had it on a level 3, now it's down to a level 1, but it pretty much looks the same. It's just gray skies, 0 rain, 0 wind for the most part. Looking out that direction, pretty much calm conditions here on the old beautiful Subic Bay. I don't know, maybe my live streams are typhoon repellents. And again, I'm quite okay with that. I'm quite okay with nothing coming our way. Just these streams end up being a big nothing burger. I'm fine with that. Because like I've discussed many times and earlier, you're sitting there in the States, you're looking at this map, worried about your family or your girlfriend. Over here in the PI, looks pretty nasty. Man, it's sitting here worrying me looking at it. Until I look out my window and there ain't nothing going on. Looks like the ladies are here. Hello ladies, how are you? I'm not sure who all just showed up, but we got some ladies here on the scene. So maybe Joy's here. But I'm not sure if I can get Joy in here to make a cameo, folks. She's just shy. They're all shy, but they're extremely shy. Let's see, Eric, how you doing, my friend? Reporting heavy off and on down here at our Casa Cavite. Hunkered down, enjoying Manila cigars and San Migs. Keep your powder dry. Thank you very much for the report, my friend. So sounds like south of Manila, you got some heavy rain on and off down there. Thanks very much for the report, and let's just kind of look at the map over there, and we'll just sort of zoom in. Well, I'm zooming out. We're going to zoom in towards Cavite. We'll zoom in here. Cavite is just south of Manila. So we're zoomed in there. You try to zoom in a little bit further. Okay. So down this way, got Bacoor. So it looks like, unless this thing has a delay, you might have another good patch of rain coming your way, my friend. And then showing some lightning up here. But again, I don't see any lightning. I'm not listening to no thunder. Hey, Joy Joy, do you want to come be on my live stream? You want to be a weather girl? Joy Joy's wearing the spaghetti top. Baby, let Joy Joy come sit. I need a weather girl. I know, but Joy Joy's got on the $1 spaghetti top from Walmart's in Great Falls, Montana. Huh? Baby, I'm waiting on some inclement weather to roll in here. Do you see that? It says typhoon storm coverage. The only thing I'm lacking is a storm and a weather girl. She's just too shy, but she's looking beautiful as usual. And she's got on the Walmart spaghetti top. If y'all aren't tracking, I was in Walmart's Great Falls, Montana over a year ago, Christmas time. They had those spaghetti tops, $1 each on the clearance rack. I bought every one of them. And shout out to my buddy. My buddy said, dude, you got to buy every one of those. Take them back, issue them out for uniforms. I don't know how many I bought, but I still have like 3 or 4 brand new ones. I'm using them as padding, additional padding in one of my Pelican cases. So I still got like 3 or 4, still got the tags on them. But they love getting something new with the tags on it. And I'll talk about that in a minute, about bullet bion boxes. I'm going to do a video on it because I'm trying to help people out about what to put in a bullet bion box and what not to send over here. Let me catch up on your comments and then remind me to talk about the bullet bion box. Okay, SoFlo says the lightning strike colors represent recency, yellow being the most recent and pink being the older ones. Well, that's what we thought earlier, but I started seeing pink ones hit first and then yellow ones hit beside them. So I'm not sure if that's what it is. Still a little bit confused. Let's see, I'm working AI developing system on my day off here. Caveat is there is no fake pics or video. Okay. Now folks, when I say I'm not using AI, you have to factor in my lifestyle and what I do. So if I'm using AI to make fake videos, it's like, from my standpoint, it's like fraudulent. I'm making fake bullshit. So from what I'm doing, there is no place for AI in my lifestyle or my filming operations. I'm not saying that a good computer program can't help you make money or help you in your workflow or your business or your company. And again, it's just an advanced computer program. It's just a computer program. I use computer programs here. I use Photoshop to build my thumbnails from real images. I use Final Cut Pro to chop up video from real footage. Okay? That's all I need. I use Ecamm Live to help me broadcast this live. So those are the computer programs that I use in my life. But that's it. I don't need anything else. I don't need what they call AI to help me generate fake video or anything of that nature. But that's me. I've had a lot of folks talk about how they're doing this, doing that, doing that. Hey, wonderful. If it helps you make money and, put Jimmy Dean's sausage on the table, by all means, use the computer programs to help you. But from what I do, my lifestyle, and from a creative standpoint, I don't need it. So I just wanted to clarify that. I'm not against computer programs. If I were, how would I edit video? How would I enhance my thumbnails from real images? So anyhow, Yeah, the caveat is there's no fake pics or video. There you go. And I think that's the overall point. If you're using a computer program in order to fool other people into thinking that something is real, and that's a question now. Every time you upload a YouTube video, you have to click whether or not it's AI or not. Are you using AI to create a person that's not real, or somebody says something that they didn't say, whatever the questions are? There's a question now in a box you have to check. If you're using a computer program to fool other people, you're just a con artist, and that's why I'm not interested in it. Okay, you may not like my video. It might be the shittiest quality. It might not pertain to you, but I can tell you this: it's not fake. All right. Yeah, this is me, and this is really my head. What movie's that from? Somebody will get it. I'll do it one more time. Yeah, this is really me, and this is really my head. Great movie. Let's see. Not much lightning going on, but expecting more rain down there in Cavite. See, Guillermo says hello to Joy. Big pumpkin. Tell Joy just to come here and sit down in the plastic chair. I'll try my best. They came in here and they saw, look, I got this 55-inch screen up here, right? It's got your chat where I can see it without my old man glasses. I got my output. I've got a couple of others. I've got a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screens. All these. They came in here and took a look, and they're like, we're out of here. Like, I don't want to go in that room. It was too much crap going on. So I'm gonna ask her, like, Joy, just come sit in the chair and say hello to everybody. Joy and little Kim are family members of Janice's husband. They're all family. Yeah, very shy. All right, so let me give you a look at ground conditions here. No change, no wind, no rain, just some clouds. Looking out this direction, the leaves are barely moving. Oh, was that a piece of lightning? No thunder. I mean, it's like nothing's going on, which is fine. It's fine with me. Trust me, I'm not wishing for any action. One day the action will come. Oh, there's that thunder or trike. Maybe a little thunder in the distance over towards the bay. Yeah, a little bit of thunder. So Terrence has been watching since the early days. Yeah. Man, there were tough times back then. In a way, it was the good old days, but it was tough times. Just had a group of people trying to make the best of life during some very difficult times over here. So, I've been through some rough patches in my life. We all have. But one of the roughest things to get through was living through that damn lockdown. We made the best of it. We all did. The crew that was with us, our whole crew, we made the best of some rough times. So like I sit there and I think, we're sitting here talking about this AI and what's going on in the world. You know what? as thank God we're not during that lockdown. Just I'm very thankful that we're not living under those times. I'll take anything else. Just don't send us back to having to live under those conditions. It was what's the word? Degrading. Having to wear a damn grinding helmet. Yeah. Anyhow. $28 beach condo. Those were good times back then. If y'all don't know what I'm talking about, we used to have a place that was 1,500 pesos per month. Back then the exchange rate put it at $28 per month. I call it the beach condo. Check out the video here on the channel. One of our more successful videos, sort of put us on the map. Probably the best real estate sales video in the history of real estate videos. Check it out. $28 beach condo. $7 a month light bill, $3 a month water bill. Every time I had to pay bills, I just laughed. Yeah, the beach condo was before the kids. That's when it was just me and her. Yeah, no worries. Just get up. What we want to do today? What we're going to drink today? What am I going to eat today? Let's see. Mary said the lockdown was horrible in the States. I'm not saying it was good for anybody, but over here was it was rough. I don't say it's worse than China, but it lasted longer. Anyhow, I'm sitting at home now all the time. No, I'm on the go. Yeah, I'm sitting here in front of the cameras for a while, but no, we're on the go. We're on the go a lot. Yeah, back then, my sanity was maintained through talking to you fine folks through these cameras. That's what maintained my sanity. Was basically firing up a camera and venting. Yeah, anyhow, we all allowed that to happen. A lot of lessons learned from that time frame. And you know what I said earlier, I've still got one of my Carhartt jackets. Back then, it was sort of like the Boston Tea Party. I threw away all my Carhartt gear over some incidents of them making all their employees. I don't want to say the keywords. I'll get in trouble here. But I still have that one jacket, but I think I'm going to wear that jacket. I think I'm going to bust it out. It's a great quality, great piece of gear. And I'm going to keep the logo on there. But on the top of the logo, I'm going to write never. And on the bottom of the logo, I'm going to write forget. And I think I will rock that jacket. It's a great jacket. Yeah, Mary just, yeah, sorry to hear that. Just, folks in your situation. That whole time period, the one word I would say is unnecessary. Oh, Balikbayan boxes. Thank you very much, Eric. All right, look, if y'all are sending Balikbayan boxes, they're the big, huge boxes you send. They put them on the boat. Takes 30, 60 days, whatever it is to get here. And they don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not by weight. It's pretty much whatever you can fit in the box, right? So you'll see them, huge boxes, from America to wherever. And so people send Balikbayan boxes over here all the time, right? And this is what I see, and I'm going to do a video about it, just trying to help everybody. Family in the States will go buy a bunch of clothes at the thrift shop or Goodwill or whatever, or old clothes that they're wearing over here. And y'all will send 4 or 5 boxes of these dog shit clothes that a lot of them are like sweaters and shit you would wear in the winter time. Not stuff that anybody over here wants or that they'll ever wear unless they're a grandma. And you'll send 5 boxes of these dog shit clothes over here, and then your family member will cherry pick maybe 1 or 2 pieces, and then they hang them up and put 20 pesos each, and they try to sell them. Ain't nobody buying that stuff. Why? Because a lot of it is winter clothes. They're too damn big. They're all stretched out. They're just crap clothes that you went out and boxed up a bunch of shit and sent it over here so they can sell it and make money. Ain't nobody gonna buy that stuff. They're gonna drop the price down to 20 pesos each, and it's gonna hang there at their sorry store until the end of time. And look at how much money you spent on these bulletin boxes or gas money in the car to go buy this dog shit at the thrift shop. And how much money are they going to make selling them 20 pesos each that ain't nobody going to buy? You would be better off not sending them all of these ugly clothes that nobody wants and just send them the money. Because, for example, you spend, I don't know how much the bulletin boxes are. What are they, $60 to send? $100? Okay, there you go, $80 each. Is that right, Eric? $80 each to send a bulletin box. Make sure I'm on. Okay, still got about 20 of those under a tarp in the garage. Okay, so you're saying $80 each, right? Okay, so you spend $80 on a box, and you fill them up with dog shit winter clothes that your grandma wouldn't even wear, and send them over here. And they're gonna put them up for sale, 50 pesos each. Nobody's gonna buy them. They eventually keep dropping the price. Nobody buys it. Even if they sold every piece in the box, they'd be lucky to recuperate that $80. If you're trying to help them out, just send them the damn money. Everywhere you go, you see these dog shit clothes just hanging up, been there, and they'll be there for the longest time. Don't do that. If you're trying to help them make money, just give them the money. Or, here's what you can do that people do get excited about and they would buy. Go to Walmart's. Go to the clearance rack and buy whatever it is on sale for $1 each, brand new with the tags on it. Because I assure you, anytime I give somebody a brand new shirt with the tags on it from America, they are so excited. And I spent $1, 60 pesos. So if you're going to send clothes that people are excited about getting, or they would actually pay 50 pesos for, or 60 pesos, or what have you, go to Walmart, hit the clearance rack, pay $1 each, and fill that bulletin box up with garments that are brand new with the tags on them. Now, here's the number 2. A lot of the stuff that's on clearance at Walmart in America are extra small, or extra small, that are too small for Americans to wear. That's why it's on clearance. Guess what it coincidentally happens to be? It happens to be the size that most of these girls are gonna wear. It's too easy. Go to Walmart, hit the clearance rack, buy everything that's XXL, or not L, extra small, small, extra small. Medium is the largest you need to buy. Stuff that in the bulletin box with the tags on it and ship that over here. And you can put a lot of those small garments into a box. Whereas if you buy this old dog shit grandma clothing, thick, You got the heavy stuff that nobody's gonna wear. You can't get much in there. But I am still giving away these tiny spaghetti tops, small, extra small, a couple mediums, whatever. I'm still giving them away because I fit so many tops in my suitcase. I still have them. And every person I've given those to, or Big Pumpkin has given one to, they love it. Because how often do they get something brand new from America with the tag still on it? They don't care. They don't know that I paid $1 a piece. And they love it. So my overall advice, if you're going to send a Blick buy-on, don't send used clothing. Nobody wants that shit. You're wasting your time and your money. Nobody wants it. It'll just hang in front of somebody's house or store with this cardboard sign that says 20 pesos. And not nobody wants to wear that stuff or buy that stuff. $1 clearance items at Walmart with the tags. If they're going to sell them, they'll go like that. Or if they're going to give them away, people are just giddy about it. There you go. That's my advice to you. Every time I go somewhere and I see these boxes full of old Goodwill dog shit clothes, I just laugh. I'm like, you just wasted your money. Just wasted your money. And you probably spent more on that stuff at Goodwill, or maybe it's your old clothes or what have you, but $1, Walmart, brand new, people will love you. Go to the shoe aisle, hit the clearance on the shoes. It's the same deal. All the sizes that these girls wear are the shit that's on clearance, because there ain't many American chicks that can fit into a XX extra small or a small. Why I got to be the one to figure this out? I just laugh every time I see all this uka stuff. Like, who the hell's going to want to wear that? Nobody. Yeah, anybody wants to send her some canned sardines, she'll be happy. I did a video about the sardines from Patagonia. It's got a section where they sell sardines and stuff. Hey Adam, how you doing? Thank you very much for checking in. Yeah, everything in the US, most of it's made in China, whatever, but as long as it came from America with them tags on there, they love it. Keep the tags on there. Let them know it's new. Yeah, I don't know what the heck's going on with Canada. My goodness. I guess everybody's got their craziness. Canada, the UK, Australia, the US. Which one is more crazy these days? It's hard to figure out who's more crazy. Hey West, yeah, I miss doing those live vidjoki shows. I've been talking to a friend of mine, shout out to you. I'll maybe doing some more of those shows. Nah man, when I was in the States, we were going to Walmart every night. We were hitting Walmart every night, combing the clearance aisles. Let's see, what is that? Ah, okay. I see that green over there. Boom! Adam Tannehill off the top ropes of the octagon. Let me put that on the broadcast. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm getting to the point. I'm about ready to go back to beer drinking and whiskey drinking and sipping on some whiskey. Smoking cigars every night. I said I wasn't going back to drinking, but never say never. A little lifestyle change. You know, not drinking 36 beers a day and then hitting the whiskey at night. But you know, when I hit the barbecue grill, or I'm sitting here live streaming, or I'm cooking, what's wrong with the drink in my hand? It's not like I'm operating heavy machinery or flying an aircraft. All right, Eric says the rain started here again, coming from the west. Yep, coming off the water. Lightning storms were coming from the east over the bay just the day before yesterday. Yeah, Mr. Gary, I think it's just a delay. I think it's gonna. He's just delaying the inevitable. No, I mean, I can't drink that Red Horse. Can't drink Red Horse. It makes me crazy. I told y'all last time I drank Red Horse, what they told me is, I said Jesus told me to go mountain climbing, and I went up the mountain in a pair of cut-off shorts with my guitar. It took the whole crew to try to get me off that mountain. They couldn't get me down, and gravity brought me down. Red Horse, like my dad, he loves it. He shows up here, he wants to drink Red Horse. Man, that's damn good beer. But their tagline is extra strong, and it is. One Red Horse is gonna jack you up. It's not the same as drinking one San Mig Light. It's strong, and it has an element in there that makes me crazy. I can't drink it anymore. Boom, Guillermo, coming off the top ropes of the Octagon. Typhoon Recovery Fund contribution. Stay safe. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. They got Guitar Jam saying it's hot and sunny over in Hua Hin, Thailand. Yeah, got to call Grab, get re-upped on some beer. Yeah, I can't deal with Red Horse, and you know, if you've never drank it before and you come here, just tread lightly. It says it on the bottle, extra strong. They're not joking. And, you know, every conflict I've ever seen in this country, people fighting, there's always one common denominator. You look at what they're drinking on the table, there's a bottle of Red Horse there. I don't think I've ever seen a fight when people were drinking San Mig Light. So just proceed with caution. It's an extra strong beer. They're not lying. All right, let me come over here and refresh the screen. I know people are popping in and popping out, looking at coverage of the storm. We're talking about all kind of subjects here, but let's just focus on the storm itself for a second. Okay, there is the projected track of Typhoon Indai here in the Philippines. It's called Typhoon Indai. International name is Bavi. It's been downgraded to a typhoon. Your projected track is to take it just north of Taipei. There we go, right there. And between Taipei and mainland China, it should get downgraded to severe tropical storm. And then back one down here towards the Philippines, we've got all of this precipitation coming in from the southwest off the water. So if I sit here and I look at this, it looks like I should be getting rained on right now. But I'll give you a look at the conditions here near Subic Bay. It's just the skies are gray, zero rain, zero on the winds. There's another look. Looks like zero on the winds to me. So you got family here in Zambales. As of right now, weather conditions are calm. All I can do is tell you what I see out my window. Everything is good to go right now, but we'll zoom in. Let's see. No. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Zoom here. Let's zoom in. There we go right there, so you can sort of see a little bit closer to along a pole. Maybe zoom out one. There you go. That's what I'm seeing. We'll go quickly over to rainfall bulletin, see if there's a new bulletin. This is number 16 issued by Pagasa. And due to the southwest monsoon, I'm on the list for heavy rainfall, and then tomorrow I get on the list for a little bit heavier rainfall for the next 2 days. The links to all of this information is in the description. And there's your track according to Pagasa. Should get an update at 5 p.m. But overall, I'm going to knock on wood so far. We're good to go here. The next 2 days may change my mind on this weather system. But so far, other than having a brownout for like 2 hours this morning, probably wasn't even weather related. We have about one a week. We're good to go. Use the word being combat ineffective. This typhoon was not effective here in my general area. I think that's a safe assessment. Yeah, Red Horse, I just seen too many. It's just strong beer. What do you think's gonna happen when you drink a strong beer and you're not used to it? Mary, thank you very much for joining us. Yeah, try to get some sleep. 3:54 a.m. You have a great day as well. See, it's coming on 4 p.m. here, so if you're tuning in from the East Coast, it should be 4 a.m. there where you're at. 1 a.m. here on Vancouver Island. That's what I need. Need me a good bottle of California Red and a big fat cigar. Soon. It was talk about drinking. You know, it's always good to take a check ride, what I call a check ride. If you're a drinker, every now and then just quit cold turkey for a week, a month, 2 months. Make sure you're in charge and control. I quit 2 years ago. Been feeling great. Lost a lot of weight, more active. It's all good. But in the same sense, I'm not going to live forever. So if I want to sit here and enjoy some California Red while I live stream, what's wrong with that? I'm not trying to fly an aircraft where safety's involved. What's the worst thing that can happen? Spill a beer, some wine on the keyboard. I've already done that once. It just makes your keys a little crunchy. What's for supper? That's a good question. Big Pumpkin should be in there cooking some supper. With the ladies here, I'm sure they're in there cooking, but I don't know. Maybe I could sneak a camera in there and set up an angle on the dangle of the ladies cooking. Matter of fact, I'm going to take a small break, okay? Now look, I've got a little sign here if you're just joining me. I put a little sign. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a 10-100. I got another sign here. It says live feed. Look at that. Technology. So I'm going to put this up here. I'm going to take a short break and see what's happening. I want to thank y'all for joining me. I'll be right back. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer. Yeah, okay, folks. All right, so you're in for a treat here. All right. Okay. So y'all are in for a treat. I talked Joy Joy into coming to be a guest on my show. Who wants to see Joy Joy? Anybody want to see Joy Joy? Okay. All right, folks. Here we go. Whoa. Okay, hold on. I got to get the box off there. Hold on just a second. Just a second. I'm messed up. I got to get that box off. Take the box off. Let's see. Taking a short break there. Live feed. Okay, all right. So here we go, Jordan. Okay, folks. You asked and I delivered. It's the beautiful Joy Joy. Now look, Joy Joy's shy. So I don't know if I'm going to get some interview questions in or not. But I said, look, all you got to do, come in there and sit and look beautiful. And thank you for joining me on the show, Joy Joy. So, well, let me ask a question. Did Big Pumpkin already cook supper? She already cooked? What did she cook?
Meat.
Cook.
I don't know what's that.
Is it pork or chicken or fish?
Chicken. No, pork.
You got some pork? Okay, so I have planned on putting a camera in the kitchen to capture the cooking operations, but apparently Big Pumpkin has already cooked supper. Okay? Let me come over here and check your comments. All right, can everybody hear me okay? I got the right microphone on. Let's see, so let's come up here. Kel says, hey, Joy Joy. Mr. Gary says, yay, Joy Joy. Eric says, yay, Joy Joy. Everybody loves Joy Joy. Guillermo, hermosa, bonita. Means you're beautiful. Adam, how you doing? See, Joy Joy, just long story short, Joy Joy is a family member of Janice. Switch chairs. We don't need to see you. Hey, man. Yeah. Now look, everybody wants you to be my weather girl. So like if I put the weather up on the screen, you just stand up there and point to things, you know. Yeah, we have a tornado here and a typhoon here. I have to give her some training to try to get her to do it. Big Pumpkin won't do it. She's too lazy. Hold on, you can't see her for the comments? Oh, I get it. I get it. The comments are going on the right side of the screen. See, I don't see that from mine unless I had the YouTube pulled up. Okay, give me just a minute and I will trade seats. I forgot about that because I'm not seeing that. Good point. Just a second. Okay, you trade chairs. You sit here because see the comments are going, so all they see is the comments. You just trade chairs for a minute. Okay. You sit right there. All right. Okay. All right. Now can you see Joy Joy better? I didn't realize at least on YouTube the comments go on the right side, right? And just as we sit down here, it starts raining. Okay, let's see. Sam, how you doing? Terrence still with us? Yeah, we've got a little rain now. There's a little bit of rain action going on. Let's see, who's that? Is that Alf? And there's Brush Bandit says you are favorite because you always give the king back his change. You always give me my change back, right? So that's like a first. That's a first. Somebody should take note of that. This girl, if I give her whatever, she brings me back the receipt, the change, brings me a drink. This one right here is a keeper for sure. Boom! Got Adam Tannehill coming off the top ropes of the octagon. Boom! Right there. For Joy from Canada. All right. Good deal. Thank you very much, my friend. Let Joy hold the microphone. Did you want to say a few words? Folks, she's too shy. All right? At least she's in here. I'm not going to keep her too long because they're in there doing chismes, whatever. I said, look, just come in here for a minute and say hello to everybody, and that's what she's done. Yep, so we got some rain. I got to get back to my weather reporting, folks. So without further ado, we got some rain coming down. Joy, thank you very much for joining me on the show. Thank you very much, darling. Okay, folks, we got some rain coming down, and right there. So big shout out. Thank you very much, Joy, for coming and being a guest on the show. I know everybody likes to look at her. She's beautiful. But, you know, a little bit shy, and I don't want to keep her in here too long. So I promised her. I said, just come in there for a minute. She did. Thank you so much, darling. Maybe next time I'll see if she'll spin the whole show. Maybe take a few interview questions. Boom! Kel 71905 coming off the top ropes of the octagon. And kicking in for Joy's Weather Girl dress. Thank you very much, my friend. You know, speaking of dresses, we still have that handmade dress I bought off of Pia back in the day. I still got to put that thing up for auction. The ladies had it out the other day. It fits if your wife is slim, it fits a slim lady well. Boom! Coming off the top ropes of the octagon, Guillermo saying thank you to Joy. Thank you very much, my friend. Yeah, folks, got a little bit of rain coming down here in the mountains next to Subic Bay. A little bit of rain action, but little to no wind. Nah, I didn't want to keep her around too long. I promised her. Look, she didn't want to come. Look, everybody's shy. And folks, these girls are so naturally shy. And they walk into the studio and see all these lights and all this equipment. Looks like I'm flying the damn space shuttle in here. And any moment, if I just pull back on the yoke, I'll be headed to Mars. I beat Elon Musk over there. So when they looked in this room, they did not want to come in here. And they've been next door watching the stream, doing chismes with Big Pumpkin, what have you. But thank you very much, Joy. And I told her, I said, just come in there for a couple minutes. That's all I'm going to ask you to do. Let's see. David says, I told you I'd buy that Pia dress and you can give it to someone in the area that would need it. Yeah, man, but it's an expensive dress. I gotta hold an auction somehow or another for this dress. Okay? And it's just one of them things. It's got a story behind it. You know, it's got a story to the dress. It's got, I can't remember if it's got Dugo on it or not. You know, she's talking about too much Dugo blood from the sewing operation. It's hand sewn. This is an expensive dress, I ain't gonna lie to you. I need to put that thing on auction and see what I can run it up to. Got to pay my light bill. That is a great idea, Kel. Big Pumpkin, if you're listening, see if we can get Joy Joy into the dress. One of the ladies tried it on last week, a couple weeks ago. Now, Big Pumpkin ain't gonna fit in that dress. That's a fitted dress for a slim lady. That would be awesome. Big Pumpkin could fit in there. But no, Big Pumpkin, if you're listening, let's see if we can get somebody in the dress to demonstrate. I gotta figure out how to hold an auction. Ain't no telling what that thing will bid up to. It's a really nice hand-sewn dress with a lot of history behind it, maybe even some authentic Dugo on there. Yeah, more famous she gets, more expensive that dress gets. Maybe I need to hold on to it for another year. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a really nice dress. She did a great job on the sewing, the design, everything about it. And I still got it. Maybe that's what I do. Just make different guests wear the dress. They just keep adding to the fame. There's the rain coming down here, the beautiful Subic Bay, and it's just a rainy day. Wind speeds are like very little, so just got some rain coming down. No big deal here on Subic Bay. You got family here, don't worry, they're fine as of now. It's just a little bit of rain, nothing we ain't seen on a routine basis during the rainy season. Let's see. Need to bribe Joy 1,000 pesos for the Ukay shopping spree. I'll try to get somebody to model it, but it's here. I got it. It's gonna bring me top dollar. A good investment. I had a choice to invest in AI data centers or a handmade dress with a little bit of Dugo. I put my money down on the Dugo. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a video here where I bought the dress from her. You can go watch the video. I don't remember what the name is. I think the name of it is I bought a dress for, maybe I bought a dress from Pia. I don't know. I'll have to find it and put the link on there. Man, that rain that just came through dropped the temperature here in the studio by 5 degrees, maybe even 8. Now I'm cool as a cucumber up in here. Man, it feels nice up in here now. Ain't got no air conditioner. Let's see. Okay, alright, the donations are for Joy. Copy, solid copy. If somebody asks about her Gcash, all these girls got Gcash. But folks, understand when you give out the Gcash, you're giving out some information. I think at this point, let's let her get more familiar with this game and how it works and see if she wants to give that out. So I'll have to talk to her about it and see if she wants to put it out there. And explain to her the ups and downs and the pitfalls of putting your Gcash out there. Somebody did ask about that last stream. I'm assuming she's got one. Most of these chicks do. Okay, just as soon as the rains come, the rains roll out. Let me take another look at my tracker here. I've been talking about how good this tracker is, but so far I haven't seen any lightning storms. And again, not that I'm wanting one. I'm not wanting no lightning storms. But it still don't change the fact that I saw lightning all over this tracker. Let me make sure I get the lightning data down. Okay, there it is. You got lightning all over the place. Looks like it's right off ashore there. You would assume that we got some lightning in the area. I don't see no lightning out my window. All right, back to your comments there. And again, folks, if you're just joining me, the purpose of the live stream is to cover the inclement weather here. Typhoon Bavi is tracking north towards Taiwan, going north of Taipei. The rains that we're going to see here are from the southwest monsoon, but right now it's not materializing too much. I still got electricity. That's a good sign. And again, if this stream suddenly goes down, it's because of a brownout. But right now the weather is not into a pattern that would warrant a brownout, or that you would think a brownout would come around. It's just a little bit of rain. That's it. Terrence says one more beer and I'm done. 420. Thank you for tuning in, my friend. Terrence was out walking the dog earlier. Yeah, we've been live for 6 hours, coming up on 6 hours and 29 minutes. Going strong, still going strong. Yeah, pretty simple. Flo speaks English, Fatima not so much. Just the way it is. Alright, look out here at the skies. They cut the ND filter down just a little bit, making it look a little bit darker than she is right there. I just turned the ND filter off. There you go. Current conditions here on Subic Bay. Just beautiful, cool. Man, I'm loving it. If I end this stream, I think what I'm going to do is lay up on my bamboo couch and watch a good World War II documentary. Now look, everybody's seen that movie Dunkirk, right? But last night I watched, I think, a 3-episode documentary on Dunkirk. Yeah, I watch a lot of World War II documentaries. Nothing like laying on the bamboo couch and watching you a good World War II documentary or movie. Well, when it's raining, with that cool breeze coming in, just laid on that bamboo. Only thing would make it better if I had me a cold beer. Loopy64 checking in from Batangas. Can you give us a current weather report, boots on the ground from Batangas? And folks, Batangas is south of Manila down there. So like if you're going over to Subang, the Bikini Bar, you go down to Batangas, hit the ferry, roll on over there. Let us know how are the weather conditions down in Batangas. Yeah, too bad I don't drink anymore, but things can change quickly. Things often change quickly and abruptly historically in my life. I have a Jack and Coke and a can in there that I've had for damn near a year now. Just waiting for me to pop the top and pour it over some ice in my wine glass and go to work. I got one Sam McLight in there, but I think that beer is a little bit too old to drink. I just keep it for display purposes. But that Jack and Coke probably still good. Because I like I said, drinking a couple drinks at night, what's the harm in that? Versus, going back to the extreme lifestyle of hanging out every night. I used to have a lifestyle, go down to Tequila Reef about 2, hit a frozen margarita, and then see where the night took me. And roll in the next day or 2 days later. That's a lifestyle. I'm not interested in going back to that lifestyle. I am interested in sipping on some California Red while I barbecue. Nothing wrong with that. Harry, I think it was April 2 years ago. I don't know the exact date, but I could look it up if I wanted to, because how did I stop drinking? I just decided to quit. Check myself into the Hilton over there. Since I'm a diamond player, they had a nice big nice bottle of wine for me in the suite. When I checked in, I just laughed. Just went over there, stayed in the room, drank every bottle of water I could. Didn't touch the wine. And so that's the only reason I know the date. But I'd have to look it up. I'd have to go on my Hilton points or whatever and see what date I checked in over there. That's the only day I know. I know a lot of people, they go through AA, you got a new birthday, you go that route. Just not needed for me. And again, the only reason I know the day because I checked in over there, and that's how I know the day if I were to look it up. And it was just after a rough few nights, thunder run. I needed that break. I needed to take a break from the booze, step back, lose some weight, put things in perspective, which I've done. My gosh, I look back and my head was so fat, looked like a basketball sitting on my shoulders. And now I'm back to looking normal. This is how I look most of my life. When you're even if you're a skinny dude, you can be the skinniest dude in the world. Drink 36 beers a day, you're going to get fat. Damn good chance of it. Let's see, Samson checking in from South Africa. Thank you very much for checking in. Give us a weather report. How's the weather in South Africa, my friend? Yeah, had some great times in Mexico. Matter of fact, I've put it as a show here on the homepage. If you go on the homepage, scroll down. I think the series is called On the Run in Mexico. The thumbnail says Wanted. What a great time. Just check out that series, but I'll tell you the highlights. Me and my buddy rolled down to Cabo San Lucas. Stayed down there, but I had one night free from my Hilton points, and I used it at the was it Waldorf? Yeah, the Waldorf Astoria, Cabo San Lucas. And we rolled up to a $1,200 a night. Now look, I didn't pay that. I got the room for free, but if you were to pay for it, it's $1,200 a night. And we rolled up to the gates of that thing in a bicycle taxi. And the dude's like, he's a nice guy. I watched the video. He's a very nice guy. He's like, are you checking in? I'm like, yeah, man, my helicopter's in the shop. And it was the greatest stay, nicest people. If you're a Hilton Honors player, use your free night award down there at Cabo San Lucas at the Waldorf. Trust me, it's worth it. It's worth the trip down there if you got a free night award, reward, whatever they call it. Great time. I did a live stream from a hot tub. Drank an entire complimentary bottle of Azul tequila. It was delicious. Now, I'm not a big fan of tequila. I drink it in the margaritas and it causes me to do stupid things. But I drank that entire bottle of Azul tequila. It was the smoothest tequila in the world. I've never drank tequila like that. It was smooth. Kept the bottle, and I gave the bottle to Flo. And she probably sold it or gave it away. Who knows? But I gave it to Flo for safekeeping. I mean, the damn vase, it's like a vase. It's like a statue that it comes in is awesome. I don't know how much that bottle is if you got to pay for it. But again, I've never drank tequila straight like that. And I drank that whole bottle. History's history. If you can't tell on yourself, laugh at yourself, what can you do? You're holding on too tight to a fake personality that don't exist. Yeah, I did it. I drank that whole bottle of Azul sitting in that hot tub. And it was delicious. Yeah, the Waldorf, awesome place, awesome people. If you got big money, stay there the whole week. We stayed over in the marina, beautiful place. But I had that one night free, and we went over there and utilized it and got our money's worth. And man, highly recommend that place. Yeah, I left it in her possession. Does she still have it? Who knows? It's like the rest of our stuff down there. Who knows where it went? But I'll say this: if I were to go back to drinking, and I were to have a hankering for tequila, that'd be the only tequila I would drink. That's the only tequila I would drink. I'm sure it's expensive as heck, and that's the thing. Did I get a hangover? Not like a typical any other tequila I've ever drank, or drinking margaritas or nothing like that. Look, I didn't have just one or two drinks. I drank the whole bottle sitting in that hot tub. And the next day I could function. But that's the difference between expensive quality liquor versus, rock gut shit that has got no standards. So if I did go back to drinking, I would only drink Azul tequila. I might not ever be able to afford it. But, man, that bottle was delicious. Not hard on the hangover. If you got the money, definitely try it. But maybe somebody can look it up. Look up how much that bottle of Azul is. It's like a white and blue bottle. It looks like a vase. It's got a silver round top on it. I don't know how much it is. Can't be cheap. Yeah, Brush Bandit. You know what I'm talking about. The bottle itself looks like it's $200. Yeah. If you want to give somebody a good gift and they're a tequila drinker, that's like the VIP gift. Anyhow, great time. Check that out. Go to the home page of the channel. Scroll down. I think it's under Binge Watch with Your Labrador. Are you kidding me? Like $300? Wow. I fell off the second story of a boat and hit a barbecue on the way down. Haven't drank tequila since. Yeah, that's pretty much what the margaritas would do to me over there at Tequila Reef. Delicious margaritas, but you drink one, you ready to party. But if you make the mistake of drinking two, you don't even remember what hotel you're staying in. Delicious margaritas, but I can't go back to that. I could go back to sipping on some Azul if I had to. Damn, $300. Well, see, that free bottle as a diamond player brings the price down to the room like a $900 a night, because it's $1,200. You got a $300 bottle of whiskey. I think I got some free beer out of it. Man, I'm telling you, I can't recommend that place enough. If you've got the bank, or if you go down there on vacation, stay somewhere cheap. And if you've got enough points or got that free night award, you go stay over there for one night. Spectacular. Ain't no telling who you run into. Maybe some celebrities from Hollywood going down there for the weekend. Yeah, I was drinking tequila like Pablo Escobar for sure. Living large. I drank a few beers on top of that too. Great time down there, Cabo San Lucas. But when you think about going to Mexico, it's not cheap. Nothing about the place that's cheap. Quite the opposite as to being cheap. And what the local said was that during the lockdown, they were one of the first places to open back up, and they jacked the price up because they were the only game in town. They tripled the prices, and the gringos came down and paid the prices. And when everything else opened up, they kept the prices in place. And they were amazed that the gringos kept coming, paying the 3-time, 4-time the normal price, and they just kept the prices up. They couldn't believe it. Like, damn, these dumb motherfuckers they're still coming. They're still paying the high price. Let's just keep the prices up. Let's see. Frequently priced at $45K and above. I'd have to look up exactly which version it was. But like we just discussed, the bottle itself looked like it was $200-300. Looked like it was hand sculpted, and hand painted. The damn lid up there was so heavy, stainless steel, whatever it was, you could take that and throw it at somebody and knock them out. Probably weighed about the same as a pool ball. You know what I mean? Quality. Well, I'll have to pull up. You know what? Let me search it here, because I know exactly what the bottle looks like here. Let me see if I can pull this bottle up. Azul, Azul, tequila. Okay, there it is. Clase Azul is an ultra premium luxury tequila from Mexico. Hold on, let me zoom that out. That's a little zoom. No, this one here. Right here. Let me refresh the screen for everybody keeping an eye on the storm. What's the current weather doing here in Subic Bay? Nothing. It's just cloudy. No rain, no wind. Big nothing burger so far. Big nothing burger. But what can I do here? Alright, so this Clase Azul, celebrated for its smooth, sweet flavor profile and iconic hand-painted ceramic decanters. Are you kidding me? So it is hand-painted. According to this, the tequila is made from 100% blue Weber agave and comes, let's see, their popular reposado to the ultra expensive extra añejo. So see, I got to get down here and check out the bottle. So I'm looking at prices here, anywhere from, what is this, 12? I don't know if that's the bottle. Mine looking bigger. $700. Let's see. Okay, so here's the Clase Azul. It's around 18,000 pesos at Manila Wine, and they got 10 bottles on hand. That's the 700 ml bottle. If that's what I got, the Reposado. That looks like the bottle. Okay, so they've got the other one. It definitely wasn't the Gold. That's not the bottle. It wasn't the Añejo. That's not the bottle. Not the Ultra. Not the Durango. Okay, so it looks like... Man, I'm trying to talk about a bottle of tequila here. Why are you disturbing me? Which one?
We're going to eat now.
Y'all gonna eat? Wait, hey. What about me? I need something to drink here. You see a drink on the table? Would you dance me a drink over here? Babe, this is like lukewarm water. I want some ice, baby. Then put some ice in there for me. What I'm trying to do here? I'm trying to do some easy time. Gosh, let's you and me cool that. What movie is that from? Okay, so clearly looking at the other options, the Clase Azul Ultra is 198,000 pesos. Are you kidding me? It's like a what, $3,500 bottle? So out of all the versions, the Clase Azul Reposado is the cheapest. Okay, well, I mean, it makes sense. Hell, they're giving it away free, right? So 18,000, it's a rounded up $300 bottle of Mexican tequila came free with the room. Now, I was a diamond player. So there you go. Just one of the benefits. You pay $1,200, you're a diamond player, you get a free bottle of tequila. That brings the room price down to $900. Yeah, it's the blue and white bottle. Yeah, it looks like a pepper grinder. Yeah, it's 100% quality. So that bottle just saves $300. But again, if you go down and look at the related products, I guess I should have went to their website, but I'm just looking at what the price is here locally. Again, the Clase Azul Ultra, it comes in like a black bottle and like some type of black box. 198,000 pesos. How can that be? Okay, well here it says the decanter is hand painted with the design including platinum, silver, and 24 karat gold, and it's painted from memory. Man, almost 200,000 pesos for that one bottle. Well, hand painted. So if you have the bank, if you got enough for a bottle, for $300 for a bottle, I highly recommend the Clase Azul Reposado Mexican Tequila. But again, I got to keep it real. I didn't pay for that bottle. I don't know if I'd ever heard of it before. It just came free with the room for being a diamond player. And you get what you pay for. There's no way in hell I could drink an entire bottle of cheap tequila and still maintain my sanity or consciousness. But that right there was so smooth and delicious, no burn. It was smooth. I watched a documentary recently on Patron, which was quite interesting. The guy who got Patron going, if I'm telling this right and I recall it right, And the guy who basically got Patron going was like homeless, living in his car at one point. And then it was all a marketing game. Patron was actually just another, it was a tequila that come from like a small operation, small family operation, and he rebranded it. And then eventually wanted them to produce more, which would have caused them to drop quality, and they refused. So then, what happens? You're trying to make more money, you drop quality, you go. Anyhow, if that story is true, that's what I saw in that documentary. So, like, when they finally figured it out, the bartenders would start recommending the actual brand where it came from originally. What you got there? Got soup? Got soup and pandy salt. Yeah, just put my towel over, baby. Get the flies off there. That's all you got is water? Ain't got no coffee? I'm just kidding. I don't, I don't want no coffee.
No, I'm not going to give you coffee too. You're too much coffee already. I need to buy this.
Baby, you're taking the guest chair out of my studio. That's fine. You know what? I'm gonna take that other bamboo chair out of there.
I love you.
What is wrong with this woman?
I love you.
Trying to talk about the weather here. All right, folks. Harry, we'll see you on the next one, my friend. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, if she still has that bottle, she's gonna sell it. But it is. That's what it says right here. It says it's hand painted. All right, Adam. Hey, man. Thanks for tuning in. Y'all have a good one. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go around the horn here and probably shut her down because they got me some food here. I know I was eating earlier. I was eating my pandy salt earlier. Damn, I'm missing reverb because I didn't turn that down. So I'm going to go around the horn, check the numbers. Folks, my series here on Super Typhoon Bavi, Ricky Bobby, has resulted in not much action, which I am quite okay with. My live streams are a typhoon repellent. I'm okay with that. Okay, you see what the weather's reporting, but right here, there's no rain. It's just a cloudy evening, nice and cool. Nothing going on here on the beautiful Subic Bay. So if you got family in Zambales, it ain't even raining here right now. They're quite okay. I can't predict what's going to happen in 1 minute, but right now we got electricity. There's no rain, there's no wind. Ain't nothing going on. That's the ground truth. So with that, I'll check your comments. I want to see if I'm still up, still broadcasting on Kick and Twitch. Yeah, Twitch looks like it's still going strong. No problems there. Let me go over and check my new platform I just got plugged into. Oh yeah, Kick is still going. Both got great video quality. No problem. So I'm glad I got piped into 2 more platforms. Wow, what wonderful quality. So yeah, so with that, we'll just say thank you very much for joining me. I'll go live tomorrow morning, and again, if I don't go live, there might be a brownout, there might be some bad weather. I'll leave you a message and let you know. But as of right now, so far, knock on wood, my streams covering the typhoon, big nothing burger on inclement weather. And again, I'm quite okay with that. Yeah, Chris, I've been on for hours. Another typhoon chased off. That's right. Saved the day. There's just so much energy here. The typhoon has to go around my studio. Eric, have a good one, my friend. See you on the next one. And again, if you can leave us a thumbs up on the way out or a thumbs down. I got 241 thumbs ups, 5 thumbs downs, and I certainly appreciate all of them. And I want to thank everybody for the super chat, and I might have missed a couple here. So you know what? I'm going to put everybody's super chat up on the screen just to say thanks one more time. Thank you very much to Road Trek Ralph. Thank you very much to David Vidalis. All right, thank you very much, Adam. And thank you very much to Guillermo. Certainly appreciate it. And then there's Adam again. And then coming in there, Smackdown for Joy Joy. And again, shout out to Joy Joy. Thank you very much for coming in here. And folks, I would have kept her longer, but I did promise her just come in there for a couple minutes. She's just so shy. Such a sweet girl. Kel, thank you very much towards Joy Joy's Weather Girl dress. And again to Guillermo. So thank y'all very much. You certainly appreciate it. Got 1,105 total comments in the chat, it looks like. And termination for default, thumbs up from Guam. Thank you very much. Could you just give us a quick weather report on what happened or what's going on in Guam right now? I think basically just folks lost power, some without water. But the report I heard was there were no casualties. Is that correct? Don't quote me on that, but that was one of the reports I saw. And that was early on into the storm passing through there. Yep, it's a quiet afternoon here. It definitely, that's the word. It's a quiet afternoon. All right, 80 folks watching. And again, thank y'all very much for tuning in, my friends. Thanks for everybody who joined us over on Twitch, on Kick. We'll see y'all tomorrow. I'll try to get Joy Joy to come in here and maybe do some Weather Girl stuff, but I can't promise. I can't promise. I'll ask her. See if she wants to take some Weather Girl training on how to point to the stuff on the TV or the map. We'll see. All right, so we'll end with the weather report from Guam. See, termination for default says lots of cleanup going on. A lot of folks still without power and water and haven't heard about any casualties. So hopefully everybody's okay. You know, power and water, they'll get that restored. Everybody can rebuild and pick up and move on as long as nobody's hurt. Okay, I'll try to get her to model the dress, but again, I can't promise anything. Yeah, tomorrow might be a different story, or the minute that I end this stream, it might be a different story. But I'm going to go ahead and eat some supper coming up on 5 p.m. And again, I'll see y'all in the morning, my friends. And if for some reason I don't show up, it's probably because there's a brownout. Okay? Y'all have a good one. Peace out. I'm signing off, and I'm out of here. Peace out, my friends.